All right. And I'll prep the announcement. Where's my Twitch? Just gonna paste my Twitch in here. Copy link. I'll do an announcement for Paradigm as well. All right. Just reload my manager. Excellent. It looks like we are live. It seems the sound is also good.
Wonderful. All right.
All right. Okay, hello ladies and gentlemen. Today we're going to react to the presidential debate. Now I haven't seen the presidential debate. So this is going to be interesting. I am American. Just for background, I have no real political affiliation, if that makes sense. I am completely neutral. So, I don't lean left and lean right. I think there are pros and cons to each party. And so this is going to be interesting. I've heard a lot of things about the debate. With me for now, I guess I'll let you introduce yourself.
Yeah, so I am Roscoe Lanuti. I'm a history person, and I do writing for Paradigm Intel. I also don't really have any political affiliations. I have watched the debate. But yeah, so I'm just kind of interested in history and politics and that type of thing. So I'll be co-narrating and discussing while we're doing this. So yeah.
All right. So that's very nice, very nice. And all right. So Emmanuel is here, but not here. He's in the chat. Say something in the chat, bro, in the Twitch chat, because that stream can see it. But yeah. He'll be joining in a second. But yeah, I put the link is in the announcements. Okay, let's get this kicking off in about a minute or so.
Just to test real quick, you can still hear me, right?
I can still hear you. Yes, we've been having some technical issues lately, so just making sure that everyone can hear everyone and that all the things are nothing's messed up. The video that you see on the screen isn't going to be full definition. Just letting all of you know, because obviously that's part of copyright law. This video is not intended to replace that one. So I'm not going to be streaming it in full definition for you guys. Roscoe over here will be able to see it in full definition, but not you guys. I recommend you guys go watch the original. It is made by CNN. It's the CNN one that was broadcasted on the 27th of June. So I highly recommend you guys go watch it. Especially if you're American, listen, this is our, this is the, these are our two, main contenders for being president. And so if you're American, I think it's worth watching what they have to say. All right. Okay.
Are you going to put it up through Discord too, or
put what up through Discord?
What? The debate, because I don't know where you are without getting audio looped in.
Oh no, you should. Oh yeah. I forgot about that. I forgot I wasn't streaming on Discord. I was like, hold on a second, I'm streaming on Discord. Forgot about that.
Yeah, we got a little.
Good. Thanks for telling me. I was about to start it without you.
No. Okay, there we go. Now we're good.
All right, let's get started. And I think we waited long enough. I think all of you are waiting for the reveal. Let's start it.
We're live from Georgia, a key battleground state in the race for the White House. In just moments, the current U.S. president will debate the former U.S. president as their party's presumptive nominees, a first in American history. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world to our studios in Atlanta. This is the CNN presidential debate.
This debate is being produced by CNN and is coming to you live on CNN, CNN International, CNN.com, CNN Max, and CNN Espanol. This is a pivotal moment between President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump in their rematch for the nation's highest office. Each will make his case to the American people with just over 4 months until Election Day. Good evening, I'm Dana Bash, anchor of CNN's Inside Politics and co-anchor of State of the Union.
I'm Jake Tapper, anchor of CNN's The Lead and co-anchor of State of the Union. Dana and I will co-moderate this evening. Our job is to facilitate a debate between the two candidates tonight. Before we introduce them, we want to share the rules of the debate with the audience at home. Former President Trump will be on the left side of the screen. President Biden will be appearing on the right. A coin toss determined their positions. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to answer a question and 1 minute each for responses and rebuttals. An additional minute for follow-up, clarification, or response is at the moderator's discretion.
When it's time for a candidate to speak, his microphone will be turned on and his opponent's microphone will be turned off. Should a candidate interrupt when his microphone is muted, he will be difficult to understand for viewers at home.
This is like the one thing that I heard about. I was like, I remember they were talking about like, are you gonna like, people were asking like, are you gonna like mute the other candidates' mics? I think they were concerned about Trump interrupting, which is hilarious that, you know, this became a thing that eventually like is like how we do it. I feel like that's hilarious, but yeah.
Yeah, I do wonder if it will carry over. I imagine it probably will, but I think the last one was just so bad that they kind of are all changing their protocol a bit.
Yeah,
but you know, maybe it'll be a more Trump exclusive thing. But yeah, so
I found that interesting because I think I heard, you know, people like were saying like, hey, you know, we you know, they ought to like you know, they wanted to do that for Trump, and I was like, you know, like, because I know Trump has he has a knack of doing that, which is sort of weird, but you know, I mean, it's Trump.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to shit on him, but you know, he's done that before, so I can't pretend like, you know, he's like innocent here or anything. Also, it says the encoding is overloaded. I need to figure this out. What the hell's going on here? Is that the recordings? Is the recordings doing this? Technical issues. I need that song. The freaking
yeah, we need like a setup for when we have technical problems. Also like significantly the stream was significantly louder for me, but I think that might just be a Discord thing. So I don't think that'll be a problem for.
It could be.
Other people.
It says that the encoder is overloaded, which makes sense because my GPU is at 100%. What do I turn down? Everything is at the lowest possible quality. Do I turn the recording? Oh, where's the recording here? It makes like maybe 20 or 23 already. It's actually. Pain. See if I do that. Wonder. Oh no. This is not good. P1 6000. Recording. It's the quarter.
This is such awkward silence.
Yeah, just I think it should be better now. Maybe is it? Do I need to put this higher? Okay, let's try this. It says 80%. Okay, let me just make sure. Quality. Can I go here, please? It will not let me through there. 1 second. Okay, end task. Okay, it's back. And now let's go to this, restart. Should almost be done. Where is this? And then let's restart this. Okay, I think I restarted pretty much everything. I think the stream is a lot more stable now, which is important. And if I go to OBS, it seems like, okay, it doesn't say the encoder is overloaded. Okay, let's check my task manager. Okay, Twitch says it's excellent. Twitch had been saying that the stream was unstable before, and I was like, this is just another thing that it's bitching about. Because, you know, Twitch has been bitching, but no, this is, sometimes it overloads, which is not good. Okay, we should be good. Now, just had to break up the recording into 2 parts and the stream. Well, but, you know, I'll redo it. Okay.
Alrighty.
You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Cool. All right, let's, I guess let's go back. Let's start over from the beginning. Just because.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
We're live from Georgia, a key battleground state in the race for the White House. In just moments, the current U.S. president will debate the former U.S. president as their party's presumptive nominees, a first in American history. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world to our studios in Atlanta. This is the CNN presidential debate.
This debate is being produced by CNN and is coming to you live on CNN, CNN International, CNN.com, CNN Max, and CNN Espanol. This is a pivotal moment between President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump in their rematch for the nation's highest office. Each will make his case to the American people with just over 4 months until Election Day. Good evening, I'm Dana Bash, anchor of CNN's Inside Politics and co-anchor of State of the Union.
I'm Jake Tapper, anchor of CNN's The Lead and co-anchor of State of the Union. Dana and I will co-moderate this evening. Our job is to facilitate a debate between the 2 candidates tonight. Before we introduce them, we want to share the rules of the debate with the audience at home. Former President Trump will be on the left side of the screen. President Biden will be appearing on the right. A coin toss determined their positions. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to answer a question and 1 minute each for responses and rebuttals. An additional minute for follow-up, clarification, or response is at the moderator's discretion.
When it's time for a candidate to speak, his microphone will be turned on and his opponent's microphone will be turned off. Should a candidate interrupt when his microphone is muted, he will be difficult to understand for viewers at home. At the end of the debate, each candidate will get 2 minutes for closing statements. There is no studio audience tonight. Pre-written notes, props, or contact with campaign staff are not permitted during the debate. By accepting our invitation to debate, both candidates and their campaigns agreed to accept these rules.
Now, please welcome the 46th.
Here's the thing, right? One of the things I wanted to say was, obviously I said that before, but I said that I didn't, right, the muting thing, right? Like I mentioned that,
Yeah.
they were saying like mute the mic for Trump. But one of the other things I wanted to say too was, they said that the positions of the people, of the two candidates, were decided based on a coin toss. You should have just put Trump on the right and Biden on the left, because that's the way they lean, right? Like Biden is a left-wing candidate, Trump is a right-wing candidate. Not that it's those things aren't necessarily. I don't know. Yeah.
Specifically why they do that, but I think it's just like I don't know. It's probably a tradition thing, honestly, I guess, but I could be wrong. I have no clue.
I figured it just makes sense if they just if they just do that. But, I guess not.
I mean, it just matters so little, I guess. But I just don't know if anyone cares enough to try to change that.
Yeah, I mean, so, and then another thing, right, where they said about muting like each other's mics. I don't like. Or not muting each other's mic. I meant no. Sorry, I'm not thinking right now. No notes. Like I heard that, I was like, bro, like what? So are you like basically? Are you just testing their memorization? I don't get it. Like, what was the point, right? Like, are you just testing their memorization skills?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it, so but kind of. Yeah, I mean, they have like people apparently came up to them and like gave them like fact sheets beforehand that they could memorize or something.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, just let them have the fact sheets and then be like, hey, what decisions are you gonna make around the facts that exist? And you have the facts in front of you. Like, I feel like they should have just let them like bring notes with them so that they could like more accurately like worry less about memorization, worry more about like how you're gonna like present your solutions to the people. Like I just think that that's how it should be done. Not it shouldn't be a game of memorization. It should be a game of, do you know what you're talking about? That's personally my opinion.
Yeah, I think I generally agree. Like I can kind of see why they do that. They want it to be like a rhetoric thing where it's like who can make a better argument.
Yeah.
But not just like who has better facts. But I mean, I care about the latter more. So, I would generally agree. Yeah. But also when I say that, like, apparently people came up to them, that's just like something Trump said at some point throughout the debate. So, I mean, that might not be, I have no clue. That's just going off of that. So.
President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Folks, how are you?
Joe Biden doing his signature handguns.
Good to be with you.
Yeah.
And please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
So apparently I heard that Biden was fighting a cold during this, which is why he looked so out of it, which would make perfect sense.
And why
It makes perfect sense because
that's looks apparently what their like the Biden administration's Twitter said. Though.
Because he generally just by default he already looks very much out of it, and then he looked even more out of it at the debate, and people were like, "Bro, what's up with you?" Turns out he was fighting a cold, which really sucks because like he got a cold, right? There's nothing you can do about that, but. It's sort of like a you're fucked if you do, you're fucked if you don't type business, because if he shows up on the video, or if he doesn't show up for the debate, he's gonna look like a pussy. But if he does show up, he's gonna look dead. So like I feel bad for Biden because he got shafted.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, neither of them look great, but especially. And you haven't even heard him speak yet, which was the main problem with that. So,
it's what I heard. Like these are just things that I've picked up.
Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president, what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out the position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. But there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. The price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination, what I was left with in corporate greed, is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos, literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for an insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year. And the situation is and we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you. President Trump?
You want to pause that?
Economy in the history of
One
our
second.
country.
Yeah, pause real quick. Yeah, go ahead.
So, any thoughts? Because I have a few.
So Biden sounds sick. He sounds very sick.
That's the big one.
So, I mean, but
setting that aside, though, his rhetoric isn't terrible. I do feel like maybe he tried to. I think he might have jumped between things a bit too quickly. Like, I don't know. It felt like he was just trying to jumping point to point, which could be good, but I feel like it's kind of hard to follow, especially with the sickness and stuff.
Yeah.
I feel like he covered a lot, but I didn't absorb much of it, to be honest. So yeah, he had some good rhetoric things. I feel like the medicine stuff, he had some good numbers or statements in there. I feel like they were probably overshadowed by just kind of how much he tried to cover, if that makes sense. I don't know if you'd agree or not, but yeah. I feel like he was talking about where he grew up and then a ton of different things, which they were all on point. I understand all of them. But it just seemed like he was kind of webbing talking points together as opposed to trying to focus on one point to drive home, which made it feel a little scattered maybe.
Right.
But that's also because that could work. It's just he's not delivering it very well, partially because he's sick and kind of hard to follow. But yeah.
So I'm looking at the statistics for unemployment and even for CPI, which is the inflation. Dog, CPI kind of got worse during Biden's term, and unemployment was already falling before Biden got into office. So I don't know much. I don't know much about that one, Chief. So it doesn't seem like Biden has done much for the economy. That's my personal opinion, Looking at the statistics.
I mean, I'm not super researched on this. I believe there have been some things that have gotten our economy pretty good in the past year or two. But I'm not sure. I don't have anything specific I can cite for that. But I know, it's not.
It's not booty cheeks.
I don't think. Yeah. But I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't remember exactly how it compares to the Trump era stuff. And then especially because Biden also had to inherit a COVID economy and had to deal with the back end of COVID. It's kind of hard to judge them, right? Because the after having 2 years before COVID versus 2 years after COVID and then 2 years in COVID for both of them. The Biden's probably just going to have a way harder time with that economically because he's still dealing with the effects.
I would say the one thing Republicans have always been good at is economic policy, and then the one thing Democrats have always been good at is social policy. I've noticed that, right? Whenever you have a Republican president, the economy tends to do okay, and whenever you have a Democrat president, you tend to have better social policy. That's just my personal opinion. The viewpoints of a lot of scholars is that. Yeah,
I think that's probably pretty generally true. I'd imagine most Republicans would probably care more on economic stuff, or put more of their focus on it, but I could be wrong. That's just kind of I do have a similar conception of that, so.
Yeah. All right.
President Trump?
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID, and when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars, and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates. That was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce-back jobs, a bounce-back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you. President Biden?
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world, he's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, the fact of the matter is that we find ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And the military, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still found ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President.
So I want to pause right there. Biden said he's probably the only person in the world who thinks that the U.S. is the greatest economy. I will say the U.S. is a pretty good economy. I mean, listen, has it gone through some?
Did he say it was the greatest economy in the world, or did he say that Trump's economy was the best economy in the U.S.?
I think he said that we had the greatest economy in the world, but we've always had the greatest economy in the world. That's just how we are.
Yeah, he said both. But do you remember which one Biden was responding to when he said that?
We can go back.
I
think you might be.
Yeah, Herbert Hoover is a deficit, the wealthy, himself in this situation, and he's the only one who thinks.
Thank you, President Biden.
All right, here he is.
Look, the greatest economy in the world. He's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else.
Yeah, no, okay, we are the greatest economy. We literally have the biggest economy. I don't know what you mean.
No, yeah, that's probably... No, I mean, I would say, like... Yeah, it's
Well,
hard,
okay,
because I think I'd probably...
You could
Like,
say
I don't
that
think Trump
the
is...
greatest
Trump being a little facetious true.
I would say greatest economy and biggest economy are two different things, so I guess there's an argument to be made there, but I don't know what he means by greatest economy in the world if he's not talking about the biggest. I mean, we are the biggest economy. I think either us or China are number one, I think, right now. If we're not number one, then we're number two, and China's number one. It's like we're not small, right? We're one of the biggest economies in the world.
I feel like this, and this is something that I think Biden did like a little more throughout that response. It seems like he finds good things that he can attack, but it seems like he just doesn't have like the rhetoric abilities to do it. Like he was definitely like mumbling a bit. But then also just like, Donald Trump making like big claims about like the greatness of our economy could totally be like a good attacking point, right?
Yeah.
But I don't really know if I agree with the counterpoint much either. So like, or like the same thing. I don't know. Like I think. Oh, did Emmanuel leave?
Pierre might have left. Oh well.
Yeah. No, yeah, like, I don't know. I think probably, and you could disagree if you want. Tell me if you do. Feel like, I don't know how I feel about him jumping to Afghanistan from that. Because I do think that's probably a good talking point for him. But I don't know if that was a good way to use it necessarily.
Finally, I am now able to speak, he says in chat. It's hilarious. I don't know, bro, you could have, I'm pretty sure you could have typed at any time. I mean, you didn't have to.
You could have typed.
Yeah, you could have typed at any time. I don't know if there's any restriction on you typing. Oh, well, it is what it is. But yeah, great to have you here. Great to have you here, Emmanuel. But yeah, so yeah, I mean.
Yeah, like, Afghanistan. Is that a good next point for him?
I don't know. Like, listen, people died when we pulled out of Afghanistan. Yes, I know that they were making a big deal out of it. Some of the Republicans were, and he said he's the only president in this century not to have blood on his hands.
He said he corrected himself to say that.
You said you're the only president to not have blood on your hands, but people died when you left Afghanistan. So I don't know. You have that blood on your hands.
Okay. You're talking about.
So I don't know.
I mean, yeah. I guess he more means like I'm the only one who like tried to. No, wait, no. He didn't say blood on his hands though. He said the only one who had his troops not killing people.
Ourselves in a position where
Hold on, let me see. I'll see what he said.
A lot of money.
I want to.
When he was president, we still found ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world.
That doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world in this decade. That's not true. You had 13 die when you pulled out of Afghanistan.
No, but I think he means like there was, for every other president, there were times, like he was the only one who was actually president in peace times this decade.
Okay.
Right?
So, yeah, in
like,
peacetime.
Yeah, like he was the only one who had like a period of their presidency who didn't have actively employed troops. I think is the point he's trying to make.
Didn't Bush have like the period? No, he... okay. Emmanuel Pierre says...
when was Bush, though? Wouldn't Bush be more than a decade ago now?
That's true. He says, Emmanuel Pierre said he corrected himself, but the point is flawed. Although we aren't indirect conflict, I think he means indirect conflict, we have funded many conflicts that have led to American losses. Okay, so so basically he's talking about that, like, yeah, he's talking about that we're like the first president to try to
he's the only one who's been president, like the sitting president, in a time where his military wasn't actively employed.
I guess. I feel like
I believe.
I don't know if that's a good point to bring up, because that point is a little flawed.
It could. It
like
could
I just
be
explained.
done, well, it could be done rhetorically for sure, but it had to be done better. I'm more thinking though. I don't know if going from like economy to economy COVID to
Afghanistan is a good choice, you think?
to Afghanistan. I don't know if that was a good transition though. I probably would have said move into something else, maybe more like state domestic at least.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure what
They have gone way off point. Yeah, right. What was the original question about the economy? And these guys went all the way to Afghanistan. That's hilarious. Oh my god! Like, dude, this is crazy. You went way off point. The original point was about the economy, and Biden's now talking about Afghanistan. But let's continue, because really,
to be clear, I do think Afghanistan is a good talking point for Biden.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I do think that could be good. I just don't know if that's
Biden used it as a jab.
it's just not the way.
Pierre said that in the chat.
Use it as a jab. Use it later when it's more relevant.
Also, why?
I don't think that.
I just realized I had Destiny 2 tags on my video. Hold up.
No, I don't think. Like, I think optically it's a bad rhetoric point to jump from
it is
economics to Afghanistan. I feel like you should probably try to web it in. Like, you could go back to housing stuff. You could maybe like he was touching on like pharmaceuticals. That could be good. Okay, I have to go.
All right, man.
But I'll be back.
All right.
I'll be back in like 10 minutes or something. But yeah, like he was touching, like he should have gone farther into pharmaceuticals, I think. But okay, well, I'll be back in a bit.
Okay, I'll see you in 10 minutes, bro. I'm going to continue reacting to this, but he'll be back in 10 minutes. But he left, right? Yeah, he's gone. All right, he'll be back in like 10 minutes, but I'll continue reacting to this. But yeah, so let's get moving, because it's only been 7 minutes. I already have some stuff to say. So
President Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Am I allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you. I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cause countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down, and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. No, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing. And they don't know what they were doing. It was probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump.
So he mentioned like 9% inflation, right? That he inherited 9% inflation. Let's see. So looking at the BLS, it does actually seem like it was close to 9% when Trump came in, something like 9%. Let me see. So Biden would have been right. Let me measure this real quickly. Where is it? Where is my fucking measuring tool? Oh, here it is. Was it 2020? Let's measure from 2020 to 2021. And I'll use that sort of magnet. I don't know what the original thing for 9% is, but if I look, I mean, it did go up a little bit under Biden's rule, which I can see. I'm looking at the BLS using TradingView, which I can see, but we're gonna have to censor AK in post-production. I mean, I'm this is, I guess, if you can if you want to, but the official VOD, I'm gonna keep. I'm gonna keep this, in the official VOD. So, it doesn't look like there was no inflation under Trump's term. It looks like there was some inflation, which dropped a little bit after 2020, and then it came back. It actually looks like under Biden, it actually went a little harder. So I don't know. Trump might be right about the inflation part. Or, well, not that there was no inflation, but there was certainly a little bit of inflation, and I think Biden made it worse.
Over the last 8 years.
And I would say tariffs are, he's right about tariffs bringing money back, right? Like, we make income with tariffs. So tariffs are a good way for us to try to bring jobs back, because manufacturers will, hopefully, the thinking is, you tariff the imports, that, jobs come back because of big, but prices do go up. Okay, so he says, like, how would Trump ensure prices aren't being driven higher? Prices are going to go up. That's just how it is, right? But that's kind of how all tariffs work. Whenever you put some tariff on imports, prices do go up. So there's just nothing you can do about that. So,
Embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent, all of the things he's done. We've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country. And I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration.
So that's an interesting point. So I feel like that's an interesting point, right? So if you have emotionally charged language, yeah, right. Like there's a lot of emotions in that language, like he and they would discourage international trade in hopes of bringing manufacturing. Yeah, I mean, the idea of tariffs is that, right? And so, I mean, if jobs are getting outsourced, that's one way to sort of bring them back, is to increase tariffs. And so, looking at, okay, so the question is like, okay, why does Trump believe top earners and corporations should pay even less? Like every single time they answer, they just keep going off off topic. Trump was talking about why Biden let people come into the U.S., like immigration, etc. So why does Trump believe top earners and corporations should pay even less? Well, I mean, if you already have a deficit, right, having them pay more taxes does help. reduce the deficit. Taxes also helps reduce, increasing the tax also helps, it also helps reduce inflation because it reduces this money circulation. So it does help reduce inflation as well. The mediator is stressing, right? Right?
Later in this...
And destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system, for example.
So he said that, you know, the what did he say? He just that he was a president of the largest fact check on what? The president of the largest debt? I mean, the debt goes up every year. So currently, I'm pretty sure it would be Biden who's at the top because the debt goes up every year. Every year, the national debt goes up. So Biden would probably have the most right now. Emmanuel Pierce said he needs a fact check. I don't know, a fact check on what? What do you want a fact check on? I don't know if I can find facts right now, but I'm wondering what you would want to fact check on because I would be interested. I'm like, so like the national debt goes up every year, so I don't feel like that's a fair point. It goes up every year, so currently it would be Biden holding the most debt. But I feel like it's a bad argument to say that, oh, he has the most, like for Trump to say Biden has the most national debt, but like it goes up every year. So currently it's Biden, so yeah, of course he has the most. I don't know what to say.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block.
Yeah, the debt statement, yeah.
President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy.
$2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. So, yeah, that, I don't know, generally speaking, if you want to leverage taxes to reduce inflation, you have to hit the middle class because that's where you'll have the most effect. And that's where you'll have the most effect, right? You don't want to hit the very rich because even if you tax them, they're still going to buy that Lambo tomorrow that they want to, right? Like your taxes aren't going to affect them. But if you tax the poor, they already barely can afford like a lot of necessities. You tax them even more, now they can barely afford like food and water, right? So that's not good. So you want to tax the middle class because when you tax the middle class, then spending reduces, right? Because those are the people who really will not spend when their income goes down because they can do that, right? If you tax the ultra rich, then they're just gonna buy that Lambo anyway, right? Like you're not stopping them. So if your point of reducing taxes is to reduce inflation, then you have to hit the middle class, because that's where you'll have the biggest effect for reducing inflation. If the point is to bring in more money to the government, then yeah, you might want to tax the rich because then the government has more money.
What I'm going to do is fix the $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just
1,000 trillionaires or 1,000 billionaires. I don't even think there's 1,000 billionaires in the world, brother. Close to maybe 100, maybe 200 billionaires in the world. I don't think there's even 1,000 in America. I don't think there's even 1,000 in the world. I did see that Trump was making, like they said that Biden had made some false statements. So that's very interesting, in my opinion. People were saying that Biden had made a few false statements, but then again, he doesn't have a fact sheet in front of him. So how is he supposed to know all this, right? Like at this point, it's just about memorization. So
they're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to write $100 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We raised just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers. They'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period.
Where's my calculator? Where's my calculator? Hold up. Alright, I'm back. Let's see where. So my mic should be on. Okay, you can tell me. About 3.5 thousand billionaires worldwide. Okay, so I was wrong. I thought there was only okay, so 3.5k billionaires, 1,000 in the US. That sounds about right. That sounds right. He said, okay, so what did he say? He said, if he taxed all the billionaires 25%, that you would raise like 500 billion. You taxed all of them 25%.
It's $500 million, 4%. They in fact pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion dollars, I should say, in a 10-year period.
500 billion. Okay, 500 billion. So billion is 10 to the power 9. And we're going to divide that by 1,000, as he said. That means that each person would have to receive how many? Each person would have to make $500 million per year in order to do that in 1 year. 500. Do they make 500 million a year? Each person? Multiply by 4? What do you mean multiply by 4? Hold on, let's redo this math. Okay. He said that he wants to raise $500 billion. Since it's 25%, right. So each person would make that much, 500, and then multiply by 4. 500. Okay, let me do that math and I'll show you guys. Okay, 500 billion. Divide that by 1,000 people. Okay, then we're gonna divide that by 4 because it's 25%, or we could just multiply that by 25%, right? Which is what he wants to do. Enter times 0.25. Is that it? Or we have to we have to divide by that. So it's divide. We have to multiply by 4. And then I'll for reading sake, I'll just divide that by 10 to the power 6 so you guys can see exactly how much that is in millions. 2,000 million dollars. So if you guys see, all right, you guys probably can't see this. Can you see this? No. Let's see if I can put this on the screen for you guys. Okay. I don't know if I'm just gonna see if it shows up properly in the thing. Okay, so you guys can see at the first row. Okay, we have $500 million divided by 500 billion divided by 1,000. So that's you know what? I'll just read it to you guys. You just make that right there. I was gonna see if I can show it to you guys. I probably can't, but so 500 billion divided by 1,000 is gonna be. There's a lot of zeros there. I have to count the zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 500 million. That's 500 million, right? That each person would have to bring in. But then you have to multiply by 4 because it's only 20. Because it's only 25%. Yeah. And then I think Pierre put the math in chat, and you guys can see the math now. 500 billion divided by 1,000 is that many billion per year. And I think also the chat might be a little too cropped. I might have to reduce the crop on the chat. 1 second. We cropped chat a little too much. 200. Can I crop it even less? 100, 150, 16, 78, 180. And this assumes everyone's income is the same and constant, which is a horrible lapse in logic. That is true too. So basically, Biden done goofed. 178. Basically, Biden done goofed, which is really bad. Really bad. I don't know how he goofed this hard, but he goofed. This is a horrible lapse in logic. Let me fix chat real quick, because I realize that as chat goes down, you guys can't see it. Just Twitch chat, and then I might have to go down some more. This is Twitch 107. 53. 4. There you go. Yeah, this is assuming everyone's income is the same and constant. Horrible lapse in logic. True. Fixed chat, so guys should be able to see the whole thing because there's some issues with it rendering. Yeah, come on, Biden. Furthermore, taxing billionaires is near impossible. Most billionaires don't take salaries. Yeah, money's tied in assets. I was gonna say that money's tied in assets, which are untaxable until sold. Yeah, you can't tax assets, and if you were to put an asset tax there, you could really have some issues because what is an asset worth? So, yeah. This is, really, I feel like there has been no emphasis on just making the income, making the IRS more efficient and making the government more efficient. There's no emphasis on efficiency, only on bringing in more money, either bringing in more money or not bringing in more money. But there's never been any emphasis on efficiency, which I find to be concerning because if they had emphasis on efficiency, we wouldn't have all these issues.
That's to say.
Roscoe is back. What's up? Yeah, you might want to read the chat real quick. Biden just said that. Hold on, I'll replay that bite for you. You tuned in to the thing?
To the Discord screen.
President Biden,
National debt event.
an opportunity to respond. We'll get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, he got $2 trillion tax cut, benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help.
Oh wait, he said in a 10-year period. We didn't think about that. Wait, so it was a 10-year period. He said. Wait, we need to redo that math. If he said it's 10 billion, we need to redo that math. He said in a 10-year period. Hold up. He said 500.
No. Sorry.
All right, 500 billion. He said he wants to tax that amongst 1,000 billionaires. Okay, and he wants to do 25%. So let's divide that by 4. And then, or not divide by 4, multiply by 4, because that's just how much each person would have to make. Multiply by 4. And then we would have to, and then that's over a 10-year period. So then we divide that by 10. And then let's divide that by 10 to the power of 6, just so we know how many millions. So each person would have to make 200 million a year in order to make it happen. So I feel like that's doable, because 200 million, do they even make 200 million a year? I would say,
don't know.
okay, so just 500 billion divided by 10, which is 500 billion divided by 1,000, or 50 billion divided by 1,000, which is, 200 million. I think that makes sense. Man, so he did the math in chat. I did it on my calculator over here. So, I mean, that makes sense. He said over a 10-year period, which I completely missed. I think Founder missed it too. Emmanuel missed it too, which is interesting.
Wait, have you guys been talking about this for the past like 10 minutes, or did he just say that twice?
Yeah, he did. In fact, I missed it too. We've been talking about this for the last 10 minutes because I was like, hold up, I need to do the math. So I went to grab my calculator, and here I am. All right, let's continue.
Because I remembered the start of the clip from when I was last year.
Yeah.
Make sure all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. With dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if.
Oh, that stutter. That, oh my God. Emmanuel, he put a question mark. He was like, bro, what are you doing? It was hilarious, right? Like this man stuttering so hard. Let me just turn this down. Yeah, this man stuttered so hard, and Emmanuel. Oh my God. What, Biden? Why'd you have to stutter that hard, man? Oh no.
Yikes.
That is a yikes.
That wasn't good.
That's a huge yikes.
Yeah.
Oh no. When this happens, he should just take a second and catch himself, right? So going back to the point, right? I think 25% tax is interesting, but that, like Emmanuel said, you have to. It's impossible because of the way tax code is set up, and you can't, like, taxing assets is difficult because that also means that you have to figure out what value each has, and value for these things usually is only assigned at the time of sale, right? Because how much is something worth?
Mm-hmm.
It's already, that depends on each person's personal interpretation. And yeah, he should just take a second to compose himself. That's
we finally beat. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right.
ooh. Bro got cut off because the 1 minute expired. Oh, dude, that looks terrible. Now I get why, like, because here's the thing. After the debate, I didn't watch the debate, but I saw on, like, Twitter and everywhere, he finally beat Medicare. Right? Like, I don't get what he was saying, right? And neither does Emmanuel. I mean, it's just like, the hell, which, like, I get now why they were saying that Biden should just step down, because, like, the way he talked didn't really inspire confidence, you know. And politics is all about inspiring confidence. If you can't inspire confidence in your people, oof, right? So I feel bad.
Yeah.
Feel bad for Biden. The Biden administration has openly said the debate it was a mess, and that's the part that kind of sucks the most. Which, now I see why. Yeah, I think now we all see why, because of this. So, we'll see what Trump has to say.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security.
Oh, look, my camera just died, I think. Let me switch the battery. Camera died. Oops. Off. All right, let's see. No, not the technical difficulties again. Come on. saw him stuttering and use it as, yeah, right? I was just gonna say, like, he literally was like, oh no. Like, bro literally saw him stuttering, use it as an opportunity. He was like, Biden was finna say something after we beat Medicare. That wasn't his whole statement. But Trump used that, and poor Biden just got absolutely screwed by it, which I feel bad for that. But this is what happens when you, in politics, if you can't, you know, I guess, clearly state your point, this is what will happen, you know?
Yeah. They're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people, they cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President.
So I'll pause there, because Trump has said that again with the emotionally charged, like, right, this is clearly very emotionally charged, right? Trump is saying that this is that foreign countries don't respect us, but as far as I know, foreign countries stopped respecting us when Trump became president. And I'm not trying to shit on Trump. It's just that Trump has a very American-centered agenda, which doesn't run well with other countries, right? Because they want international cooperation, and Trump doesn't care about international cooperation. He cares about the United States getting forward at all costs, which, you know, you could even debate, how well he's doing that, but, you know, Trump doesn't care about international cooperation. He cares about American cooperation, right? He wants, and I'm speaking about this from a neutral point of view, because I really am neutral. I don't really hate Trump more than Biden, and I don't hate Biden more than Trump. I don't like one more than the other. So looking at it, right, like, he gave no statistical evidence for that, but I don't think he could give any statistics. How do you measure how well a country's liked? You got to do a poll, I guess. But as far as I know, you know, I have a lot of friends from around the world, and they actually said the opposite. They said they hate Trump, you know? I guess it's just a matter of, it's just a matter of opinion, you know what I mean? And so...
No, yeah, that's kind of always how I've seen, like, things. And, so I don't know if...
And he was talking about, like, social...
Yeah.
He was talking about, like, Social Security. But here's the thing, right? Like, with... I personally believe Social Security should be for people who can't make it in their future years. If you have enough money, there's no point in giving those people Social Security if you already have enough money. Because the way the Social Security system is set up, old people who are very rich still get Social Security. What is the point of that? You're very rich, bro. You have money. Live off that, right? Like, there's no point of you. Why are you giving them Social Security? My personal opinion of Social Security is that I don't think Social Security is bad, but I think it should be reserved for people who really can't make it in their future years. Emmanuel says foreign countries still respect the United States. It's just that in recent years we have stopped being this international boogeyman and seen more as a nation fit for opinions. To be fair, they had that money taken out of their checks over their years. That is true. But there was there's an argument that the Social Security system, that there isn't enough money in Social Security to pay all the people. And if that's the case, then that might be the one thing that you have to do. You know, you might, as sad as it sounds, you might have to just, you know, the Social Security kind of runs like a pyramid, right? Right? It kind of does. That's the one reform that might have to happen, because if you know, people were complaining that there's not enough money coming into Social Security, then that's the one thing you might have to do. Your money pays the people before you. It does. And then the promise is that you'll get that money back, but no, it just pays the people before you, and then those people, when they get older, or the people, I guess, shortly before you, they get older and they pay you. So, or the people before you pay you, because when you get older, the people who are before you.
And Trump, Dana?
Done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all,
So before she gets into that, I want to say I personally think the Supreme Court's got a little too much power. If you saw earlier, was it earlier this week or earlier, like 2 weeks ago, they made this weird ruling that like the president is immune from all. Let me see if I can find the thing that the president is.
Yeah, I mean it's
immune
a
from
little more
liability.
complex than that, but
With,
pretty much.
hold on, let me find the. Somebody made a cool flowchart that explained it really well, and let me see if I can find it. But if I was looking at it and it was like the way it worked was that the president is now shielded from being responsible for some of their actions. That is actually quite invasive. If I can find that flowchart, you guys will have to give me a second because.
Sure, yeah. I mean, like, yeah, some level of immunity is definitely important, but I think it was probably too far from the looks of things.
If I can find. Okay, it's this.
Can you hear piano in my background?
No, I don't. You're good.
Okay, good.
Somebody playing the piano back there?
Mm-hmm.
This is it. Open image.
Unfortunately.
I'll put it on the screen in a second. This is window capture. Put that right up there. And is it going to show up? God damn it.
I have no idea.
But there's a cool infographic that shows how presidents can still get into trouble after this, but come on, put it on the screen. You rat bastard. If it keeps coming on the screen, but then it doesn't stay, what are you doing, bro? Stay on the freaking screen. I don't know why it's doing this. It keeps disappearing. Do I need to like delete this and then redo this? Let's try that. Delete. All right. Redo this. There's no. Swear, OBS will give me the weirdest issues sometimes. I'm just like, bro, can you just not like sometimes give me some issues? Okay. All right.
I'm losing my mind right now.
Don't do that on stream. Losing your mind on stream.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good. It's not ideal. Yeah, we don't need another incident. No, yeah, though.
I'm gonna put that right about there. Okay. You guys can see, okay, listen, you guys can see pathways for prosecution after the Supreme Court's decision, right? So you guys can see this now. I'm going to make this a little smaller because it's way too big, right? This is what I saw.
Let me look.
On the, it's on my screen, on the stream actually, but I guess I'll share it with you. in the thing. Share my screen, change windows.
Yeah, I gotta figure out how.
Oh boy.
I gotta find the.
There it is.
Okay. Yeah. Alrighty.
So this is what I was saying, right? Like, so there's like official conduct versus unofficial conduct, and then if it's okay, so if it's unofficial conduct, you can prosecute it, right? But if it's official conduct and it's conclusive and preclusive to the core constitutional authorities, then you have absolute immunity. But the core constitutional authority allows a president to command the military. So can the president use SEAL Team 6 to drop one of his political opponents? And apparently yes, because this was written in the dissenting opinion of the Supreme Court that this ruling could allow that to happen because of that. So clearly there is some evidence to support this theory that this is dangerous because the Supreme Court said, right, this was in the dissenting opinion that this is dangerous. On this topic, as for abortion, my opinion on that is known. Instead, the issue I see is the ability of the president to appoint members of the Supreme Court. As far as I know, they don't have term limits, which means that each president essentially gives the seats that dictate how we interpret Constitution to whoever. Yeah, pretty much. So like you can game the system, which is exactly kind of what Trump did, and you can see that there are some lasting issues with that, right? And Trump gamed the system, and we're still like the effects of that are still seen today. So it's not good, right? And you can see on my screen what I mean by this is sort of the flow chart I saw that shows, you know, what's what after the Supreme Court's ruling. So and then but then there's still a thing, right? Okay, so type of conduct, official conduct, and then if it is not conclusive and preclusive to the constitutional authority, core constitutional authority, then there's a presumptive immunity, and under that, does it pose any dangers of intrusion on the authority and function of the executive branch? That's pretty much anything. Right? Like anything could do that. So then you would be like, yes, no evidence, no prosecution. So I don't know how we would then at this point, in essence, the president has the ability to change the Constitution in their favor. Yeah, this is the whole issue. And if you look at this flow chart, you can see that like most of, if you can see can you see my cursor on the screen?
Yes.
Not you. Can they? Okay, they can see my cursor, which is good. I want the stream to be able to see my cursor. In any given case, you would either end up here, over here, or over here. Very rarely do you ever end up in any of these options where you end up prosecuting. Because you would almost always end up in absolute immunity or immunity under presumptive immunity. So you would end up not being able to prosecute in any case. And this effectively makes the president low-key a king. I think Legal Eagle did a video about that.
Yes.
And that...
you sent that.
I sent it to you, but the stream, you guys can check out Legal Eagle. He did a video on that, which is... I don't think he was really exaggerating. I mean, he gave good evidence, right? And I've heard people before say that Legal Eagle is kind of a fraud, but like, as far as I can tell, he gave pretty good evidence in that video. Like, he literally opened up and gave references to one of the Supreme Court justices' dissenting opinions, and that's a pretty good reference in my opinion. Those actions. Trump held classified documents in his personal home after his term was over. I don't see how this ruling would stop prosecution for this action. I don't know. Okay, so it probably couldn't for that, but it could in a lot of future cases. Like they said, SEAL Team 6, like using SEAL Team 6 to drop your political opponents under this ruling would be relatively well covered, because you could say, is it conclusive and preclusive core constitutional authority to command the military? Is. So boom, absolute immunity. Okay, so this might not help Trump, but this would help future presidents who have a little a little chip on their shoulder, you know? Might take a page out of Vladimir Putin's book now with this ruling. So I think it's absolutely stupid that such a ruling can even be allowed to happen. And yet, here we are. So
yeah, I mean, I think the ruling definitely went too far, but I think
Well,
there's
the
like
Supreme Court
definitely
just approved.
some level of immunity necessary, probably. But also you closed the debate stream on Discord.
I
by the
did.
way.
I'll give you the normal stream, the
Yeah.
CNN president thing, because
Okay. Thank you.
So
Women have access to abortion pills.
So she's now asking, should women have access to abortion pills?
They're used
Yes.
in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is...
Did everyone want it back, or did Trump want it back?
I don't think so, but I could be wrong. I've never heard that before.
Yeah, same. I've never heard it before. Emmanuel Pierre, this has opened up the aspiring dictator fears. Yeah, and he's talking about the Supreme Court thing. Yeah, that is the whole fear right now. That any aspiring dictator could literally use that to start changing shit, right? Like to start doing some shit that because here's the thing: the founding fathers did not want a dictator. They did not want a king. They wanted a president, and we well know this, right? But with the way the Supreme Court has ruled, we could well be seeing a king in the United States relatively soon. So I don't,
I put everybody wanted it back, religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so...
I will say that in the Constitution, in the Bill of Rights, if I'm not mistaken, it's either the 9th or the 10th Amendment, says that any matters not directly addressed in the Constitution and not directly addressed in the Bill of Rights is to be left to the states. And as far as I can tell, abortion is not addressed in the Constitution, nor is it addressed in the Bill of Rights. So it should, under the Bill of Rights, be under the state's control. However, there's a second issue to that, and that I think that now the issue becomes, women's rights. I think, if you want to have an abortion, you should, because here's the thing, I don't understand people who say that abortion should be illegal. If you don't want an abortion, don't get one. You know what I mean? I just don't.
Yeah, I think the concern is more if it's ethically murder.
Why do you care? Why do you care? That's my next question.
I think most people
if you think that
would
it's
probably say that murder should be stopped, right?
Right, but if it doesn't affect you, why do you care?
Probably wouldn't say
right? Like the only reason why people care that there's a murderer on the loose is because they think he's going to murder them. I guarantee you, if there was
I don't think that's true. No, I think some people do have genuine. I think most people have moral objections to murder for sure.
Well, but that's the thing, right? But that's how I see it, right? Like I don't really. When it comes to this, I think that first off, scientifically speaking, a fetus is technically not a living thing, as far as I know, because it's not capable of homeostasis. A living thing has to be capable of there are 5 things that make a living thing. That it has to be able to, grow. It has to be able to develop. It has to be able to perform homeostasis. That's one of them. A fetus can't perform homeostasis.
Sure, but I mean, I don't think what we typically value is like if it meets a scientific definition of life. I think probably what most people value is if it has a conscious human experience, right? Or that's what.
How do you know if it has a conscious or not?
Right? Well, so typically it seems like the general consensus. There's I could send you a National Library of Medicine article. That I've read on this. I've read
Pierre says there.
generally, it's like 23 to 25 weeks is when the brain develops the capacity to experience consciousness.
So the first 3 months,
So,
basically.
yeah.
Which is
So
what the
that's
Supreme
probably
Court
where
had. The Supreme Court said that abortion would be legal for the first 3 months, which was kind of cool, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah, that I would be for that. But I mean, yeah.
There's some arguments that the every man is equal could extend to unborn children, and therefore no other person should have the ability to kill a person without consequences. Pierre said that in the chat. But I think that the issue with that is that, is it, as for the life debate, multiple professionals are split on this issue. I would say 3 months is a good period, right? Because here's the thing, right? That's when we know that before that, a fetus doesn't really have that's when the fetus starts to develop enough to the point where you say that there's a living thing, right? And that is
around then. Yeah.
And they say that that's when that abortion pills are the most common way to get an abortion. The fetus would have to be relatively small enough to be aborted in that way. I mean, if the fetus was large, at that point, surgery as for abortion is not, as far as I know, is not usually considered. Probably because it can lead to so many complications.
In like late-term abortions, but I think
late-term abortions are usually not highly recommended. The definition for life is foggy at best. Case in point, viruses. Many don't assume them to be life, but they do exhibit some. Yeah, so viruses are interesting because they can't actually. They don't. So, viruses don't. They're technically not alive, but they are, because by definition, viruses aren't alive because they can't grow, they can't develop, their reproduction is dependent on another organism, and so for life, reproduction is done by two members of the same organism or one member of itself. A virus replicates off of another organism, so, and also not to mention it doesn't really grow. Its only development is done during the reproductive process in the form of mutations. So the definition of life is foggy, but scientifically speaking, generally we have a category that are considered. I don't really study biology all that much, so I don't know too much about the definitions of what life is, but I know scientifically speaking, there are very hard terms on what is life. So,
maybe I'd just go way simpler when it comes to things like this.
What do you say?
All that really matters is just if entity is conscious, specifically.
But how do you define
humans. That? I think we should try to be fine to that. I mean, it seems like there's. I'm not a neuroscientist, but I believe we have pretty fair ways to study when the brain has a capacity for consciousness and when it doesn't.
Generally,
I don't know. I don't understand the specifics, but I believe that we have a pretty good understanding.
As far as I can tell, the general consensus tends to be 3 months. Right, 3 months of the fetus is generally the fetus is not alive until 3 months.
Am I crazy? I don't know why there's deafening fireworks happening.
That is also hard to define. Are jellyfish conscious? Yeah, are jellyfish conscious?
Jellyfish. I mean, would I say it's murder to murder a jellyfish? Probably not. So
they don't think yet they are alive. I don't think jellyfishes have brains, dude. So are they conscious?
No, I wouldn't say that they're morally. I don't think you can morally wrong jellyfish, which is all I really care about in this context.
Morally wronging a jellyfish?
Yeah, I don't think if you kill a jellyfish, I don't think that's murder. So when it comes to the abortion thing, it doesn't really matter to me.
What about is it a moral or scientific debate? Listen, for me, the idea is when it comes to morals, listen, if it's not directly affecting you, leave it alone. That's how I've always seen everything. If it doesn't directly affect you, leave it alone.
Sorry, hold on. can I respond to that
Go
really
ahead.
quickly?
Yeah,
Because,
absolutely. Absolutely.
well, obviously, if we're using, if it's like it's a moral debate, but I mean, scientific evidence is always going to be
Right.
a part of it, right? Like,
Right.
is it a moral or scientific debate? Well, it's both. Where like the scientific part is documenting and understanding what's occurring, and then the moral part is understanding if it's moral. Like, you can't really separate the two if we're talking about like the morality of abortion, right? Because that's obviously going to have scientific and moral implications. Can't be just one. Anyway, okay.
We need to get moving because we're only 14 minutes in, and this is a 1 hour 30 minute fucking debate. We need to get moving.
Honestly, no, this is good. We should just do this like every day.
They started talking about how many weeks thing that of the great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But you have to get elected also. And because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing.
After birth?
Do we?
I would.
Does anyone know what he's talking about with that? I feel like that hasn't. I don't know.
After birth? That's wild.
After birth. I don't think that's true. I think he's making that up. I could be wrong, but I've seen nothing.
I feel like he's making it up.
That would be pretty crazy if we had like
after birth. That's wild.
Yeah, if like doctors were murdering newborn babies, I feel like we'd probably hear about that.
At that point, just put them up for adoption. Like seriously.
Or I mean, yeah, Hold
on, I think he's gonna get into it. I think he's gonna explain.
And even after birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, "We'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby," meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened?
That's not what that means. Put the baby aside.
No, yeah, I think
what? That's not what that means.
And then I'm pretty sure, again, a little spoiler alert, I don't think he ever explains what he means by that again. That's the closest you get to an explanation, if I recall. So I don't know.
The states and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done.
Biden starts, he's like, it's a terrible thing.
Okay, well, also, I don't know what Trump means when he says the country's coming together on this issue. This is like one of the this is one of the biggest dividing issues.
Topics. He said the country's coming together. Yeah. Bro, this is the biggest
great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided. Supported Roe. And that's this idea that they're all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states. Let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, they talk about that. But here's the deal: there's a lot of young women are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters, by It's
sisters.
just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young
Oof. Women being raped by their right? You're not going to get pregnant if your sister rapes you. Is it well, a woman is not going to get pregnant if she's raped by her sister. What if they're trans? Okay, yeah, that works too. That works too, right? Like if they're trans, then yeah.
Okay, so
that could be qualified as rape, right? So, by the way, that wasn't Emmanuel. That was someone else. Welcome to the stream, by the way. But yeah, that's possible, right? It's possible for someone to. So, yeah, I mean, I would say that. I feel like it's an interesting topic, but like I feel like it's hard for me to tell who's right and who's not. This new biology ain't what I took in high school. Pierre. Oh boy, that's hilarious.
anyway, yeah.
Excuse me, but yeah. So, I
don't know. Biden's just
also
not being
they came.
coherent, I
They,
feel.
yeah, and also he just got cut off. Poor dude. But he didn't have a chance to really finish his thought, I guess. But at the same time, he kind of veered off topic. So I don't know what to say.
young women
Try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
So he was talking about murder by immigrants.
Not to say
that probably.
This, and
go on.
Trump gets into this in his response, I believe.
So I'll just play that.
Like Trump. Okay, yeah. You can just. Yeah.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. Consider the most dangerous place anywhere in the world.
More dangerous than the India-Pakistan border? More dangerous than the Korean DMZ? Come on, bro. More dangerous than the Ukraine-Russia? But come on, bro. I mean, then again...
Yeah.
I mean, listen. These two have veered very far off the original question. The original question was about abortion. So I don't know what the...
And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. And in many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which, frankly, they didn't. But they would have. Everybody wanted it brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President.
I'm just gonna let that fly by. I mean, we already addressed it. I don't want to waste time.
Okay, yeah.
Biden.
No, yeah. Do you want to? No, yeah. Let's just go and then.
Yeah, because we already addressed it. We already talked about it. So
7 states. Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states. I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last, no politician should be making that.
Actually, it is correct because you see in the Constitution, in the Bill of Rights, it does say, if it's the 9th or 10th Amendment, it does say all matters not addressed in the Constitution and the Bill of Rights are left to the states.
Yeah, that's the. 10th
It does say that.
Amendment.
Yes, 10th Amendment. There you go. So it.
No, yeah. I mean, kinda. I mean, yeah. There is some like leeway there. But I mean, that's generally probably how things go
Also,
because it's not like any federally enforced Supreme Court ruling is intended to become an amendment or like a part of the Constitution. So it's kind of weird, but I mean, yeah, generally there
also
is
they keep
like that expectation.
excuse me, they keep bringing up like the founding fathers. Like, bro, they're not around anymore. This ain't their country anymore. Like they're long dead. Like let's focus on like now, not the founding fathers, bro. They're dead. You know, that's my opinion.
I don't
at least.
know. I feel like people put too much stake into that. But I do kind of understand it because it is a basis for the law. But I mean, it's still a little.
Yeah.
It's still a little silly, I feel. But
My women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
I think that yes, those decisions should be made by a doctor, not by a politician. Just
I kind of agree. But I mean, like, I do think that there should be laws around what doctors can do, and those are going to be decided by politicians.
those are decided, but in my opinion, those should be decided by doctors. The laws for doctors should be decided by doctors.
They should definitely be informed by doctors, but I don't know if you can have a doctor making laws without the doctor becoming a politician on some level.
I feel like but that's in my. Yeah.
Like, I mean, I know you want to overhaul our whole system and turn into a meritocracy, but as for right now,
personally, I think that laws should be made by experts, not by politicians.
System for doctors to make the laws, because I think it's probably a pretty divisive topic among doctors too.
I mean,
but I don't know how you could have doctors make laws without them becoming politically motivated on some level.
Yeah, I mean, I think
most probably already are, just to a normal human extent.
I think that
so it's like hard to say.
I think like laws should be made by the people who know what they're doing. That's pretty much it. So, yeah. Let's just continue.
So that means he can take the life.
And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So that means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
You're lying. That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to.
Roe v. Wade does not provide for killing the baby after birth. That is true.
I think he's more specifically like Roe v. Wade only allows late term, like 9-month abortions in the cases where
that is true.
It's like mother's.
It was in the first. What is it? The first 3 months, right, or the first trimester or something?
Which Trump said he was for already in the debate. He said he was for abortions for mother's life. So I don't know what his standard is there, but maybe if I was going to be ultra charitable, I'd say that he's against all late-term abortions, but for earlier ones, if it's for mother's life, maybe. I'm just going to
play this because we've kind of already said everything.
Okay.
So
only circumstance in which that can happen, but we are not for late-term abortion. Period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security. President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
See, I feel like the best part about this is like they can't interrupt, but I can. I can literally pause the debate and interrupt it, which is hilarious. I feel like I have some power, But you heard that Trump tried to speak there, and they turned off his mic.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, I think they do that a bit. I think so. The thing from earlier that
and Biden tried as well, and they turned off his mic too.
Respond to. I think that'll be probably coming up in this segment. I'm
Yes.
glad we're getting off abortion because I feel like we had nothing else to say, and
Yeah.
we were getting super
Because we
repetitive.
were-
Yeah. We're on the border crisis now.
Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we can do with more border patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country.
I don't think he knows what he said either. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
But
yeah. I mean, Trump has good rhetoric points, but
I do want to say I don't really I don't really support illegal immigration. I think if you want to immigrate, you should go through the official points or not immigrate at all. I know that's kind of a hot topic, but illegal. If you're an illegal immigrant, here's the thing. Here's what I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say that illegal immigrants are criminals. I'm not going to say that because they're not. Let's be real, right? I'm just going to be as factual as possible. I'm going to say the one thing illegal immigrants don't do is they don't pay taxes. Because why would you pay taxes if you're an illegal immigrant? You don't, right? So that's my thing, right? Like I don't really like that. I feel like then, because
so like I feel like probably and I'm curious, I'm gonna ask your thoughts on this because I don't know kind of what you were saying. Are you for just like making immigration easier then?
I am for having a more efficient immigration system that accepts and denies applications much faster than it is doing right now. Because as far as I know, one of the problems with the current immigration system is that you can put in an application and it just gets put on hold forever. And I think the problem with asylum is that people come up to the border, they ask for asylum, and oftentimes are granted it. But the problem becomes that if we have an issue with overpopulation, the last thing we need is more immigrants. And I think that the last thing you want is more immigrants when you already have something like overpopulation and inflation. So I would say I'm not against immigration, but I am against having a more efficient system that accepts and denies applications much faster. And I would also like to have you can't really have applications for asylum because that's not how that works. You literally just go to a country and ask for asylum and they're supposed to give it to you. But this is I don't really I would here's the thing. I can't be against immigration because my own parents are immigrants. That would make no sense. Right? Like, how could I be against immigration when my own parents are immigrants? So, go on.
Do you think that you'd be in favor of, like, most of the illegal immigrants that are here just being legal? Like, if there was an option for them to all become legal, would you say that would be better?
I either want all of the illegal immigrants in the United States to either become legal or be deported. I don't want illegal immigrants. I want them either to...
Okay.
Yeah. Either
what do you
or
think would be better?
I would say in terms of, a lot of quote unquote illegal immigrants, sometimes they do establish themselves here. And so deporting them might not, be the best option. So I would say, I think if we do make them all legal, I think what we need to do is, as soon as we make them all legal, in the future, we need to be a lot more restrictive about who we do let in, just to make sure that, we don't end up in the same problem again, and make sure that our border control is tight and not letting more people in, because otherwise we're going to end up in the same problem 10 years from now where we have more illegal immigrants. And I want to be very clear. I understand that there is a humanitarian issue to this. They are people too, and I do understand that, and I do sympathize with that, and they are trying to flee from persecution or from violent places. So I'm not going to say that they're criminals. I'm not going to say that they're bad people, that they're bringing drugs or anything, because those things aren't true. However, I will say that, I am more concerned about this country, obviously, because this is my country. I'm a little more concerned about it than every person is concerned about themselves, and so I'm concerned about this country. And so if that means that immigrants can't be let in, then that's kind of how I feel. But I will never say that an immigrant is a bad person. I will never say that they are that they commit crimes or they rape or they kill or anything like that, because that's simply not the fact. Majority of them are peaceful people. Emmanuel, you said,
I think I generally agree.
Pierre, you said same for me. What do you mean by that? Same for you on what basis? I don't know exactly when you sent that, so wait for him to clarify. He said same for me, but I don't know what he was responding to with that.
Yeah, no.
In reference to in reference to immigrant parents, he also has immigrant parents. So then, what's your take on immigration? I think he's typing. I can't see when people are typing in chats. I think he's typing though.
Yeah, I think I generally agree. I'm probably a little more pro immigration. It seems to be pretty good. I believe, I don't have a source for this off the top of my head, but I believe it generally ends up stimulating the economy. So I think I'd
having more immigrants or less immigrants.
Yeah. I think that controlled immigration typically is a positive for jobs and.
I mean, all around the world, immigration has become a hotbed issue. Even in Europe, it's become an issue because they have large numbers of migrants coming from the Middle East and Africa. So, and in some cases, especially in Europe, very few. I should rephrase. I should say some terrorists have masked themselves as immigrants to come in. So immigrants aren't the problem. Terrorists masking themselves as immigrants become the issue there, right? And I think in Europe, some recent attacks, I think in the last 10 or 15 years, were done by terrorists masking themselves as immigrants, and it is obviously, that's not a good thing. So Pierre said it's often looked at too much as an overall thing when it should be more individualistic policy. Immigration should be controlled more, but also more accessible. Naturalization for people who have come over and settled themselves should also be more accessible. I generally agree.
I think probably the best way to stop all of those problems with people using immigration as a way to get in for nefarious reasons. I think probably the best way is to just build up the institutions around immigration, so then you have better systems to take people in and confirm their intentions better rather than shut it down.
I think in certain cases, you might want to restrict immigration if you have too much. For example, if you have too much inflation, having more people in the economy might not be the best option. If you have
sure, yeah.
So in some
cases,
having
built up institutions isn't
right,
the same
of course,
as just having more immigrants. Right?
I think So having better institutions might help control it better.
I agree.
So I'm just gonna let this run now.
Country.
So
I think he knows what
what we can do with more border patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere. All over the world, they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in
Thank
caravans.
you, President Trump. President Biden?
He said the worst border in history. Was it as bad as when there was a war there? There was the Mexican-American War. Was it as bad as that? Chief, I don't know about that one, Chief. But listen,
yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, that seems like nonsense, but, you know.
Okay, in essence, the ICE and Border Patrol should be higher funded and restructured. The application should be streamlined and asylum should be reworked. Criminals don't follow rules and so they won't get in. I won't say that as he proceeds to say it twice. Exactly, right? So here's the thing. I think that we already talked about this, so I'm not going to repeat what I said. Just scroll back in the video. But Biden did, I would say, listen, if you're... One of the things that the majority of illegal immigrants, or should I say 40% of them or something, they fly into the U.S. on temporary visas and then they just stay after their visa expires.
Yep,
so
that's, I believe, how the majority of immigration or illegal immigration occurs.
So a lot of illegal...
I think it's higher than 40.
Something right? Some percentage of people, some good high percentage of people simply fly into the U.S. and just stay after their visa expires. So in those cases, having a stronger border wall doesn't help you because those people are already in. I would say in those cases, what you need to do is you need to find those people and deport them. If you want to deport them, if you want to naturalize them, then you need to still first find them, locate where they are, and then offer them naturalization. So I don't know, so then having Border Patrol as alone isn't enough. You need to have a lot of officers that also go inland and find where these people go and make sure that after their visa's up, they either leave or proceed to become citizens, etc. So that's what I think regarding that. If you want to stop people from crossing the border illegally, so not people who come on visas, but people who are illegal from the start, then yeah, a wall could help with that. But that's my take. I'm not going to repeat it. Roscoe, you got something to say?
Not really. Yeah, just, I think immigration is just kind of like a mistargeted issue. I don't really think that a wall or better border patrol is going to actually help the issues all that much. It can do some things, but I think probably focusing on having good institutions and
good institutions,
to
of course,
handle immigration would be better than just trying to make walls here better.
And also the freaking I love how a lot of this has just become comedy at this point. I don't even know what he said. I won't say that. Proceeds to say it twice. Right? It's just
the only terrorist who
the people that are coming up in
Thank you,
caravans.
President Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed three, under his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person come in his administration, killed three American soldiers.
He said the same thing 3 times.
Yeah,
and he stuttered.
That was rough.
Emmanuel. He puts the freaking big red question mark. It's hilarious.
Killed 3 American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no...
Wait. So a terrorist came across the U.S.-Mexico border? What is this, freaking Modern Warfare 2? What?
Apparently, I'm not sure what this is in reference to.
So wait.
This would have been during Trump's administration, I believe.
So Biden said that some terrorists and Al Qaeda. He said Al Qaeda. Was it Al Qaeda or ISIS? Hold on. Let's go back.
American soldiers. That's the only terrorist. Kill 3 an Al Qaeda person. Come in here.
Al Qaeda. I thought Al Qaeda was extinct. I thought Al Qaeda was what? I thought Al Qaeda was extinct. An Al Qaeda person came across and killed 3 U.S. soldiers. Is that real? Did that actually happen, or is he just like reciting the freaking plot to Modern Warfare 2? Definitely not extinct. Okay.
No.
Okay, so they're definitely not extinct. Okay.
Okay, 3. So this was
much smaller. Okay.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Was this in Jordan?
No, this is here. He said that this terrorist crossed the U.S.-Mexico border.
No, I mean, I'm looking this up, and the only thing is 3 U.S. service members killed, others injured in Jordan following drone attack. That's all I'm seeing. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I don't even know what he's talking about.
I don't find anything. I'm not finding anything about this, so I don't know what this is. Maybe this is a case I'm not familiar with.
Terror groups don't go extinct; they just evolve. Yeah, that's true. Oftentimes that's true. Sadly, I have no idea what he's talking about. He's talking about like some.
Well, I mean, after a certain amount of time, they go extinct. But yeah,
he's talking about how this terrorist crossed the border, but I have no idea what he's talking about.
Came along and killed 3 under his administration. Killed an Al Qaeda person. Come in and his administration. Kill 3 American soldiers. Kill 3 American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people. That's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating. He's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
So I've already said my take on this, so I'm not going to repeat myself, but I want to see what they say now. So
just 1 second.
And including those who have lived here for decades. And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world. And it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious that like as he is not answering the question, they put what the original question was on the screen. So it's almost like a diss on him. It's hilarious. Oh boy, he's dodging the question. I can't tell if he's dodging the question or if he just wants more time to answer the last one. I think he should just move on and answer the new question that's put in front of him, honestly.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, also, I don't know. Hundreds of thousands of people are dying due to... Yeah, I don't think that's true. I don't know what that number is.
Killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the Union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies... People are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these 3 incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally... an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all. and he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest.
He keeps going on, but I wanted to say, hello, hi there, I'm new here. Why don't they talk about crime kills? I bet that take a place for the last 20 years. Glad to have you. Can you explain what you mean by what do you mean by crime kills? Also, I wanna say right now that this is not our usual content. Normally we do gaming stuff, but I wanted to just take a minute to react to this because I heard it was a wild debate. I just want to give my thoughts on it. But he's right about the whole immigrant thing. Like he talked about how there was a funeral for 3 girls that were killed. That actually did happen. That was actually really recent.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, normally I do gaming stuff, so this is not our normal programming, if you will. But
this is my normal programming. Well, are we just not going to acknowledge Aaron being here? We're just going to pretend
Aaron's not here, is he? Where?
Yeah, he is.
Oh, yo, brother. Wait, he left. Oh, he's gone.
Wow. Okay, it's back.
Never. Oh, yo.
I am here.
Yo, what is good?
Nothing much.
Finally, you could have joined us. Yes, we are already a quarter way through. So I'm sorry you missed.
Really? Okay. I didn't know this was still going on. I saw you guys were in here, and I was like, I need to join in. I need to get a slice of this debate.
This is Paradigm Intel in coordination with my my media organization. We're basically doing I'm kind of broadcasting my own reaction because I haven't I kind of wanted to I was told that this is a wild debate, so I wanted to broadcast my reaction. Aaron, you were here. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes. My name is Aaron, as AK said. I am a board member of Paradigm Intel, which is, I'm not the only one here, though. Pierre and Roscoe are the other board members, as well as AK, our lovely host.
Yes.
And yeah, I'm very interested in this debate because politics is my main thing. So I'm excited for this.
Yes, it was very sad that we couldn't have you here for the beginning because there was they were talking about
Did I miss some crazy things?
You did miss some crazy things, but I'll just catch you up to speed right now while we're still here. We talked about they talked about abortion. They talked about the economy. For a minute in the middle, we talked a little bit about the new Supreme Court ruling regarding the president, and I put up a flowchart on the screen that basically was explaining what the president. In what cases the president can? You're aware of the Supreme Court ruling about presidential immunity, right?
Yes, I am.
So I put up on the screen a little infographic. They've already seen it. I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna find it for you so that you can see it.
You can just
awesome.
DM it to him if you want.
Yeah, you can just DM it to me.
I am a bot.
No, been pretty normal. AK, how do you feel about the debate so far? How are you liking it? Or disliking it?
This guy's a bot? If you're a bot, I'm gonna get rid of you. But all right, hold on a second. Let me
What?
Let me hold on. Let me find that flowchart for you. Somebody in chat said that they're a bot. And let me get that flowchart. T9. Okay.
You can you could send it to me after the reaction if you wanted.
No, I think.
Hold on, I'll find it for you right now. But what I was gonna say.
No, I don't think he's like a. I don't think he's like a bot. I don't think that's what he actually meant.
One second. Let me see if I can find it for you. And we talked a little bit about that. We talked a little bit about the economy and abortion. Currently, they're on immigration, and you can see that on the screen. Ooh. Does Trump intend to deport every undocumented immigrant? Yeah.
Is he like starting his question or is this like middle of question?
We're mid response.
We're mid response.
Yeah.
And we've had some funny moments of them trying to like interrupt each other, etc., which is hilarious.
AK, do you have you're gonna have a recording of this, right?
Sorry, what?
AK, are you gonna have a recording of all of this?
Yeah.
The reaction. Cool. Do you want to edit that into like a supercut of our
Yes,
stuff
yes. I will do that.
Okay, that'd be cool. Great. Well, yeah.
And I honestly, like, one of the biggest things for me was even before I came in here, that Supreme Court ruling is just wild, and I'll send that in admin chat.
Okay, so I'll be completely honest. I am aware of the ruling, but of course, you know, I know every single news organization was going to be like having their own thoughts on it, so I haven't read too much into it. To clarify, it's partial immunity, right? Like it's not full immunity.
It's full immunity in some cases.
It's full immunity for any official act as president. So anything that a president can do, you're completely immune for, in simple terms.
Gotcha. Okay. I just wanted to clarify.
So, like, official acts is the...
Oh, okay. I see the flow chart.
So, like, So, like, we were saying, like, the president officially can command the military. And
Right. That makes sense.
Let's say the president got beef with somebody. What's stopping him from, you know, deploying Navy SEAL Team 6 and just pop his opponents? And
I mean,
actually, you want to know?
I mean, that was in the dissenting argument.
That was
the trial. Not the trial, in the ruling.
That was said by a Supreme Court justice. That's not even me saying that. A Supreme Court justice literally said, if this ruling goes through, the president will be able to use SEAL Team 6 to eliminate his political rivals. That was in a dissenting opinion. That's wild. That's not even at that point. It's no longer an exaggeration. It's actually kind of what, like, that's wild. That was, you know.
Would that be considered a presidential act? Because typically with military operations, it's typically foreign. The justice said it directly. That would be fully permissible under this ruling. You could use SEAL Team 6 or any military branch. A justice said. Right? Would it actually be?
And I think another justice...
No, it would be. Like, if you actually... I've been reading the whole thing. It's kind of long, but I've been reading through the whole thing over the past few days, trying to get through it in my free time. And yeah, that would be permissible as an official act. That would be...
Really?
Another justice, also dissenting, said that if the general laws that apply to people aren't applicable to presidents, a president could remove one of his cabinet officers by, say, poisoning them. That was literally in the dissenting opinion. That's not an exaggeration. They literally said that this new law could allow a president to poison their own cabinet members to remove them. I wonder which other world leader did something like that.
I gotcha. Okay.
So, yeah, we're probably going to do... Paradigm is probably going to do a whole thing about that.
We should.
Anyway,
we should. I would
probably
be down for that.
Me too.
We should probably move on, but...
Not now.
Yes.
Yeah.
We should probably move on.
I
just wanted to say, like, that's kind of like where we've been, and I think that that's super interesting that, you know, they and I linked a video. I also said there's a video by Legal Eagle. I put that in the admin chat. You should check that out after this. But yeah, let's continue here.
Approval rate at all. They're on the street. They're dying.
I'll go back to when Trump started talking.
Okay, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
People come in, hundreds of thousands of.
When did he start talking?
Just 1 second. He said,
including those who have lived here for decades.
Here we go.
If so, how will you do it?
I should the question too. Hold on. You need the question.
You've said that you're
Okay, here
President
it is.
Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world, and it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying, and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these three incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and he just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all. And he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody's been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA.
Right.
He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved. Choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in. And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie.
Jeez. Okay. just right off the bat, it's all a lie.
Isn't his son in the military? Yeah, he was. He gets into that.
Wow.
But yeah.
This is just wild. I mean,
honestly, I'd say that.
I do want to say
wrong.
It is very true to Trump's style, right? Like very true to his style of he is right in the fact that the immigration issue is obviously an issue.
Right.
Is it a little over dramatized? Maybe, but again, that's just true to Trump's style. Is a big
he dramatizes things. Yeah.
Although that's a lot of candidates do that in general,
yeah.
But I mean, it's a yeah.
He takes it to a new level.
He takes it to a new level. Also, I wanted to say
he's mostly right though. Mostly right.
I just want to say Pierre is in the Twitch chat. Y'all might want to check out Twitch chat while we're talking because he isn't. He is in the Twitch chat. So y'all might want to have that open in like another tab or something. Pierre asks, isn't his son in the military? I think, is Biden's son in the military?
He was. He was. He died from cancer from a burn pit in the military, actually.
Wow.
Ooh, rip.
Yeah, it's kind of, Anyway.
It's also kind of hard to accuse a commander-in-chief of not caring for the military. Like that's kind of hard.
You can do it. Kind of.
I mean, you can. You can just be like, I hate the freaking military, So
that's crazy.
Yeah, right. Like Pierre said, great start. Gold, you know where to find my Twitch, right?
I think it's a good way of handling.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at it right now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so that's very. I'll let Biden talk now. Biden wants to.
And it's a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Although he didn't answer the question.
He didn't answer he didn't answer the question. He didn't. He literally just dodged the question.
Yeah.
I mean, he was staying on topic, but it's not. Okay. Anyway.
Yeah. Oh boy.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it. Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans.
Notice he called out specifically
burn pits, because I think that's where. What is a burn pit anyway?
Good call.
So burn pits where in like the Middle East, when there would be military encampments, what would have to happen is all of the waste, so any feces, urine, trash, all of that would be piled into a pit and then lit on fire, and then someone would have to sit there and stir it, and then that would get very toxic for obvious reasons, and then when people would inhale it, it would give them cancer.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, that's nasty.
We have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
President Trump?
Wow.
First of all,
I don't blame Biden, because Trump did say, think about it, Biden's son died there. He has a right to be angry.
Or he didn't die there. He came back.
He died.
But I mean,
Yeah. You get what I mean.
Yeah,
I got
But I would say he has a right to be angry, but getting angry right now is not his best bet. But I understand why he's angry.
Honestly, I don't mind it. Like, it gives... There is something... Not admirable. It's not great. But there is something, like, human about it, which I think could be appealing on some level.
It's definitely not the preferred action, but it's definitely
not the
one
preferred
that
action,
you.
but it's not
It's the
terrible.
one you would expect. It's the reaction you would expect from from that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I find that interesting.
Very interesting.
Both are unprofessional IMO. Yeah.
that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him.
Wait, I'm sorry. Am I crazy? Wasn't that like literally in like New York Post, or am I losing my mind?
What?
Wasn't that published in like a pretty big outlet? Unless
What?
I'm misremembering.
What
The quote, the suckers and losers quote, came from when he was next to Trump was with his 4-star general at D-Day Memorial, and he said that about the soldiers there. And then his general leaked it. He then got fired after that. But I believe it was published in like a really big, like I think it was like the New York Post or something. So Trump saying it was a third-rate magazine feels weird. But I could be wrong.
It's not
on
Trump's
that.
first time going toe-to-toe with media organizations.
It was on NBC. John Kelly confirms Trump privately disparaged U.S. service members and veterans. Trump called fallen soldiers suckers and losers during his presidency, according to a 2020 report in The Atlantic. And that is, that's on NBC.
The Atlantic.
It's on NBC News.
Okay. That feels... I feel like calling The Atlantic a third-rate magazine is just interesting.
1 second. Okay, Politico is going to fact-check it. Give me a second.
Political fact check.
Let me see if I can... I want to put this on stream so that they can see it.
I don't know what of value they could say about that, because it was something he said privately to his general, so I don't know how Politico could possibly know. But
that's kind of like a
well, they
he
snitched.
said, she said kind of thing.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if it's just like Trump saying his general's lying and his general saying Trump's lying, I don't know what Politico could possibly add to that. But I mean,
2 claims came up in the first stretch of the debate. Fiery exchange. Trump and his allies after Biden's exchange. Trump rebutted, to be clear. Oh, they don't actually check it. John Kelly confirms. So this is no. John Kelly said this. Who's John Kelly? Is that general? Okay, John Kelly is the guy. John Kelly is the general.
Yeah,
I think, or the person.
Yeah,
I believe so.
That sounds right.
So so the guy he said it to snitched.
Yeah,
which is the funniest part about that. Okay. Well, all right.
Let's continue with the debate.
Let's continue.
That said I didn't say it. And he put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up.
You know, I would say even there's a lot of crazy stuff. Do you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of when Boris Johnson went to Malaysia or something. I think, yeah, he went to Malaysia and he was caught singing a very famous colonizer song. And the British had colonized Malaysia. And it was wild. This also, and like, it's wild because, you know, he's going on, it kind of just
like made up,
remind me of
like
that.
The 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
The 4-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now are in their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country.
What was the question again? Was the question even about this?
I think they gave him time to respond. I need to go on a rant here for a second. You know what really bothers me? When presidential candidates say things like, in American history, they're like, I've done the best for these people in American history. I'm like, some of you guys need to study American history because I don't think. I mean, what Biden's is he the 46th president, right?
Something like it.
The thing out of 46 presidents, I don't think you did the best. Like, honestly, and Trump does it too. He's like, I've done the best, or the best for our veterans in American history. I'm like, are you sure? Out of all 46 presidents, are you sure you did the greatest?
You sure about that?
Yeah, I mean, I could see that being more true compared to some Trump's claims, but I don't know, nor would I have the confidence to back that. But maybe.
I'm not even talking about specifically this moment. Just I hear that a lot, like presidents, like, in American history. I'm like, don't say that. go study history first.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm gonna do when I become president, and then you can't.
Oh boy!
Come back on
there
me.
You go.
To care for our veterans when they come home and their families, and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
All right, thank you so much.
Let's move to the topic of
Such claims are unquantifiable. Yeah, Emmanuel said such claims are unquantifiable. Yeah.
foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its third year. Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief. That's what you call him.
Okay.
That we've ever.
This has happened several times through this debate where they'll move on to another question and Trump or Biden will go back to the previous question. And
to be clear, this is allowed in the rules, but yeah, it is very annoying. They did say that the people that the candidates can use their time for whatever they want. So if they want to just address something completely unrelated, they're technically allowed to.
Yeah,
it's just very annoying.
And then but the most ironic part is when they bring up like what the question is, and it's like completely not what the guy's answering. It's almost like a diss on him.
Ever had. They can't.
Like, look at this. This guy's talking about veterans, and look at the question popping up on the screen. It's hilarious. All right, let's.
Veterans and our soldiers
can't
stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them.
Biden's expressions are also pretty rough.
Every single bit of information.
He thought that was funny.
As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, the president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned, and so he's got no love lost, but he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind, too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine, never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas.
Okay.
They had no money for anything. No money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
I don't think that's...
I see what he's saying, but I don't think it actually, like, there's a line of reasoning, but I don't think it's.
No, it's actually just like correlation, causation, conflation.
Yeah.
Just because Biden was president when more wars were declared doesn't mean that he's causing or encouraging them. That's like an unhinged way of thinking.
Yeah.
You know.
That's just interesting. Terrorism continued during both presidents. Yeah, I was gonna say, right? Like, Iran doing their invasion was not a one-time thing. They were building up their resources for a long time to be able to do such a thing. So,
Iran? Wait, which thing are you talking about?
Iran supporting Hamas, and then Iran also attacking Israel directly. That was not just, Iran woke up on the wrong side of the bed and they decided, let's encourage Hamas and attack Israel ourselves. No, that was something that was built up. So Trump, while nothing happened under Trump, there's no proof that if Trump continued to be president, that would have not happened. I don't know. So,
President Biden?
I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take...
I just want to say real quick, malarkey. I don't know if any of you saw, but he made...
good term
the word choice.
But did you guys... Hold on. Did you guys see Biden made Biden water? Did you guys see that? And on the top, it says zero malarkey.
No, is that real?
I have not
it's real.
That,
it's
no.
it officially endorsed by Biden's official account. I saw it. Biden water, zero malarkey on the top. It was hilarious.
Zero malarkey. Oh,
I want to drink it. I kind of.
I do. Same. I want to see what it is.
My first grade teacher used to say it, so I like it. Should be used more.
So much malarkey.
Hold on. Emmanuel Pierce said, also our trade bans only affect our allies. He didn't stop everyone from doing business with Iran. Clearly not. Russia was doing business with Iran for a long time, and so was China. What are you gonna do if Russia does business with Iran or China? The fuck are you gonna do?
Up under him.
President Biden?
I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president. They attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out.
About that first point, wasn't it Trump that launched a bunch of rockets on Iran? Didn't he literally order a submarine to come up and fire rockets at Iran?
There was a response. There was a response.
So
sure.
yeah. So I don't know what you're talking about not responding, because I literally vividly remember that, and there being so many memes about it. So I don't know what he's talking about.
Trump responds. He doesn't just sit around. Trump responds.
As much as I don't like Trump or Biden, I do have to Trump has lied during this debate. I can't say that Trump is innocent, and so has Biden. They've both lied. They've both said some weird things during this debate. So,
Right.
But Trump did respond in his defense.
Trump responded.
He didn't do a thing.
I think maybe I don't know.
Sorry, go on.
I could try to like steelman that a little, but I have no clue what he meant by that.
We'll
I
look
do.
into
I have
that
an
later.
idea.
We'll look, yeah.
We'll look into it
Like
later.
my guess, my
go
my like intuitive guess about that is what he's saying is like when he brings up like the headaches thing, he means like he didn't respond in like a way that actually like caused like meaningful help, or like he didn't like meaningfully respond, maybe because he's saying like, oh, he just said like they're just having headaches, it's fine.
Like,
and then
didn't
because of
show
that-
sympathy for the soldiers.
Right.
Is that?
Yeah, it didn't show sympathy, but also like didn't step in a way that was actually helpful. He just like did retribution instead of doing like anything productive. Maybe I think, but I don't know. Like it's poorly worded, but that would be my guess,
We'll
right?
see.
Like that's the
We'll
only
see.
reason he'd bring up the headaches thing. It would be
Number two,
like that would only matter.
We got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want, and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish, Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I
if
never
come back
said
to
that.
you for 1 minute. I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the territory in Ukraine?
Acceptable. No, they're not acceptable. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying the money that we're spending on this war, and we shouldn't be spending, it should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled. People being killed.
Honestly, Trump, if you can do it, do it. do
Wait,
it.
I'm confused by that. Is he saying
Do it, my man.
before he takes office, he can end the war?
Yeah, as
If he can
president-elect. Yeah, that's what he said.
That feels a bit silly. But
Yeah.
I mean, okay.
It does, but if my man can do it, do it.
If my man can do it, do it.
You know what I mean? Like if he can go.
Ayo, Gold, you like Trump?
Well, I think his point is like
I am not a Trump supporter. No.
Oh, okay, all right.
Actually, I'm not a supporter of either of these guys.
All right.
I'm just saying, if he could end the war, that'd be awesome. Like
It would
I think
be.
he's saying that him becoming president-elect would end the war by sheer force of fear or something.
I don't think that's.
Pierre said he must have.
That's what it comes off at.
Pierre said he must have mind control or something. This debate is why I'm an independent.
Is that what he said?
No, it's in the Twitch chat.
He sure enough did. I see it.
No, I'm an independent too, and yeah.
This debate
Actually,
is why
Roscoe,
I'm an extinctionist.
I was about to say, Roscoe, what are you?
Gold, continue. You were saying
sad.
something.
Bro is just
Okay,
depressed.
so we got two. We got two independents. Roscoe, just Roscoe, and a Republican. That's what we got here.
I actually, interestingly enough, Gold, I have a question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
A lot of people say that the Republicans are extremists, that they're far right, and you probably say that you're a Republican. What do you have to say regarding that? I'm asking you a question now. The debate is here now.
The debate has switched. The tables have turned. AK v Gold. Let's do it. No, I'm kidding. No, I think And of course, I can't speak for the Republican Party as a whole, because I really, I see what the rest of the nation sees on national television, and I see what my local community sees. So I can't speak for the party as a whole, but what I will say is most of what you see on TV and most of what you see is extremism. Not all Republicans are extremists, though. There are those who aren't very extreme. You mainly saw that in the primaries when Trump was facing uh, all of those rivals, and even though they didn't perform very well against Trump, it did show that there were still there's still a part of the Republican Party that's moderate.
Okay.
Yeah, just not a big enough part, I guess, right?
Yeah, because Trump still won that, but it. Yeah, so I will say a huge part of it is very extreme. But not all Republicans are extremists, no.
I guess I have to ask you also, what do you think of RFK? While we're on this topic.
RFK Jr., the independent.
The one that's the one that currently I think has a presidential bid or something.
Does he?
Yeah, he is actively running for president. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Didn't his whole family say
his whole family did disown him? Yes, they did. They'd disown him.
I feel like that's probably a pretty bad sign. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, if I ran for president, the same thing would probably happen to me. So.
I don't think I know enough about him to really comment too much. I think he has some decent positions. I mean, just although you could say that for pretty much any candidate. Biden has some good positions. Trump has some good positions. It's really, you could say that for any candidate. I don't really know what I think of RFK. I would say naturally, since I really don't know him as well, that he's not as bad as these two. But again, that's coming from a pulpit of misknowledge, because I don't really I don't know enough about him.
Yeah. All right. Well,
he might be, from what I know about him, but I could be wrong.
All right. Well,
I've heard some things.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We'll continue the thing.
Needlessly,
Sure,
January 20th. I'll have
what are you?
Zelensky.
Are you? What?
Sorry, what?
Let's go.
Is Pierre just said we need The Rock to run president. That feels out of character.
No, he wants Dwayne Johnson. Dwayne Johnson is The Rock.
No, I mean, I understand that. That feels out of character for Pierre.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time a celebrity has run for president.
Yeah, maybe we don't.
AKA Trump. Also Ronald Reagan.
True.
Yeah, well, maybe,
there was a thing where
go down that route again.
Arnold Schwarzenegger said he would run for president if he could. I would love to see that.
That would be interesting. I did hear he was a good governor of California.
Yes.
I heard he was a good governor.
He was, but the problem is that, unfortunately, he is not American, and the Constitution is racist. So if you're not born in the United States, you can't run.
Well, there's a reason for that, obviously.
I don't support it, though. I don't support it, because you don't choose where you were born. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
So
I can get it on some level, but yeah.
As president-elect, have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky. As president-elect, before I take office on January 20th, I'll have that war settled. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
President Biden, you have a minute.
Please do.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then you think he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's going to do, because if in fact he does what he says and walks away, by the way,
Belarus as
all
a
that money.
Is it
He
NATO
did-
country? Or am
He did say
No,
that.
no, he was listing them as separate things.
He did say that. He did say he included Belarus on that list, but I was gonna say Belarus is already Russia's puppet state, so I don't, I don't know.
Well,
Yeah.
no, wait, hold on, no, he didn't say that. He said, "What happens to Belarus? What happens
Right.
to those NATO?"
Right.
Bel-
This-
So that's
Belarus
like a
already
comma,
has Russian
right? So that
influence.
implies that they're separate.
Yeah, no, they are separate, but Belarus is already a Russian puppet state. If you know anything about the politics
Oh,
of
yeah.
Belarus at this moment, they're
Yeah.
just a Russian puppet state. So.
Oh no, it just kind of felt
Yeah,
weird
yeah.
to name drop
Money
that.
we give
Anyway,
Ukraine
sorry.
and
Continue.
does what he says and walks away. And by the way, all that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for
Yeah, but weapons are money, bro.
Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East. In
Don't
gonna
think
get
that
used.
is true. Pierre, what do you think isn't true? You said don't think that is true. What do you? We do give this actual money. Yeah,
Oh, what did you say?
he said that we
I
do
know.
give actual money as well as weapons, along with
Yeah,
weapons. Yeah. So it's not just yeah. So listen, this is not a new thing. Both candidates have lied. So this is. I'm not surprised to see another lie being flung, and I think that part of the reason why so many lies have been told is that neither candidate has in front of them a fact sheet. They were prohibited from bringing anything. They were prohibited from bringing a fact sheet or from contacting campaign staff. Which that last part makes sense, but no notes. Like, do you just expect them to memorize everything? I don't like. And
Yeah.
I don't think that's a good.
oh, yeah.
I'll say I don't think that's a good measure of a president is how well you can memorize everything. I don't think that's a good measure of a president. So I think
Sorry, I just realized we're not even halfway through this, are we?
we're not. We're like a third, something like.
My lord, and we're like 3 hours in. What?
Yeah, this is a 2 hour 30-minute stream.
Let's push forward with the.
Let us
should
push
we,
forward. They were
or
getting
should
into the.
we go at this pace, if not a slower one.
We should go faster, Roscoe. It's your freaking.
I don't have anything to do. Okay.
Well, you don't, but I would.
Some of us.
I would like
do.
to get the stream done on a timely hour.
Right.
It's
Timely is subjective.
it's entertainment at this point. Yeah, right. We are 2 hours and 30 minutes in. We are okay. Let's continue.
October, Hamas attacked Israel. Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Before Biden talks, I'd like to speak, and I would say that I don't support Israel or Hamas because both of them have committed war crimes, and so I think that Hamas is, some people say Hamas is a terror.
To be clear, like countries and entities, I don't believe can commit war crimes. Only people can.
Right, but you get what I mean.
Like people have, but I mean,
yeah. So
that's a really important.
I think that a lot of the members of both armed forces have committed serious war crimes, and Hamas, if I'm not mistaken, is officially designated as a terrorist organization as well. So I'm not exactly sure that a terrorist organization is best to represent.
What do you mean by officially designated?
I think
by what?
In certain countries
they're recognized by a lot of different countries as a terrorist organization.
Yeah. That's what I mean. So
to be honest, I mean, this is a little unrelated. I don't know. I don't really like that. I don't like how that's loaded.
What?
Why?
What?
Because they're also like the literal government of the Gaza.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I was gonna say.
I mean, they are, but like I feel like that holds them to a way lower standard of like moral action.
I was gonna say that I don't think that any terrorist organization should be governing a group of people, but I would say both sides have blood on their hands, and while some people will support Israel, some people will support Palestine or Gaza or Hamas. I support neither, and I want, I think that there needs to be a ceasefire, and boundaries need to be drawn up, and then boundaries need to be respected by both sides. And that's fully my take on this. So,
I mean, I've been doing a lot of Israel-Palestine stuff, so
at the
We'll
end,
have a publication. We'll have a
Paradigm's gonna have a lot on that.
Pierre says at the end of the day, it's a proxy war. Proxy war between who? U.S. and Iran? I think that's possible.
You could view it that way. It could be viewed.
Kind of.
I don't think it's in its entirety.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's entirely a proxy war. There's actual there's actual stuff that's been going on down there that exceeds the proxy war. But yeah, I would say there certainly is an element of proxy war because the U.S. is supporting Israel, and then of course. They've mostly supported Israel. There is a growing population of Americans that do sympathize with the Gazans and the Palestinians because of what they've gone through. And like I said, I don't want any. I see people dying on either side is bad because at the end of the day, people are a lot. When there's a war, a lot of the deaths are civilians. Yes, they are military, but also civilians. So I'm not for war, and it doesn't matter whether you're Israeli or Palestinian. I think that you have a right to life. I don't think that anyone gets to say that, hey, you're Israeli or you're Palestinian, so you shouldn't get to live. So that's kind of how I see it. I think the war needs to end. Ceasefire needs to be drawn up and respected by both sides. I guess if you two have any opinions, say them. And Pierre, I guess too.
I agree generally with the notion that there needs to be a ceasefire, because a lot of people like to think about the political end of things, which of course it is a mostly political thing, but not a lot of people focus on what's beneath all of this politics and history, is that there's actual people, there's children, there's it's all these things. And it's I feel like it's much more than just a political issue of a ceasefire. It's more of preventing the loss of human life.
True. Okay, let's continue, and I might need to pause the recording soon and switch it over to another disc or something, because I'll do that probably right now because I am running out of space. Let me see if I can.
We want to just take an intermission here.
Take an intermission.
Do you guys want to? Because I was gonna just switch really quickly and then continue. Do you guys want to? It's fine.
Switch really quickly.
As it can be as quick of an intermission as you want, but it's probably better to not do anything. We can just talk and stuff.
Yeah.
Do you guys need okay, hold on, let me just switch it really quickly.
Whatever, go get them. But then more as time went on, and I saw more of the destruction, I was like, oh no. Oh no. Israel.
All right, I switched it.
What are you doing?
Yeah, right. It's not been good.
Yeah.
In either side. Okay, I switched it. We can continue if you'd like to, or we can take a break, whatever.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Oh, yeah, let's keep going.
All right, let's keep going.
We gotta get this finished.
Yeah, I was gonna say let's not repeat ourselves. If you already said something, I'm just gonna continue. Let's go.
Everyone from the United Nations Security Council,
is the screen back up
to the Israelis and Netanyahu.
Sorry, what'd you say?
It says the broadcast you were watching has ended.
Oh no!
What? In where?
Twitch.
Oh, it's restarted. Just reload it.
Okay. Wait a sec. Hold on.
Okay, that's good. I was about to say, did we just accidentally end the Twitch stream?
I did end it really quickly just so that I could change my recording location because I was running out of space. But yeah.
I got you.
So.
That's hilarious. That's funny.
All right, let's continue.
All right, let's keep it going.
Yep.
Yeah.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward. Which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas, number one. They're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened? In Israel, we're finding that the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world. And so there are 2 different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for using certain weapons among population centers.
Just going back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent $100 billion, or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO
he said this before. Does anyone know what he's actually talking about? Because he talks he talks about NATO like he's like shaking them down for cash. I don't know.
What it is there was a point in his presidency where because every NATO country contributes like a bit of money to the alliance as a whole, and I guess there's some kind of quota. I guess it's not really like a requirement. It's more of just, hey, we kind of need this much money from you. And supposedly, allegedly, the countries in Europe weren't paying either their quota or what Trump didn't see as enough, and was like, hey, we're kind of paying a lot in this alliance. Could you guys kind of pull some weight? And yeah, I don't know if he actually got them to increase their spending for NATO. I don't know.
So I've heard him tell this story before. I feel like I've heard people say that this isn't all true and that this never happened and that this is not how NATO works.
No, this happened.
About that, though?
This happened.
This happened.
He said that.
People just get onto him for it.
Okay, I see.
They're like, it's not about the money, it's about the support.
So,
but
okay.
he
Do we know if
basically it's.
So he did actually ask or make NATO countries give more money to him.
He was like, you guys kind of need to be pulling your weight. We're kind of spending a lot of money in this alliance.
Increase the goal.
I've heard that they did.
Pierre says that many of them increased their goal for defense spending.
Yeah, there it is. Because, again, each one of them has a quota, and I guess they weren't really meeting their quotas, and Trump was like, y'all need to do that. Y'all need to meet your quotas.
But then again, you have to remember that Europe has been a peaceful nation for a very long time. Sorry, not a peaceful nation. Excuse me, peaceful nation, peaceful continent for a long time. A lot of people in Europe, they don't want war, especially in northern and western Europe. They don't want war. They want peace. A lot of them still remember the last World War, and they, when I say remember, they've heard of it in history, and they do not want to repeat so soon. So a lot of them are very, they want peace more than anything. So having them not spend money on defense and having them spend more money on other things makes a lot of sense when you consider the European sentiment is very much anti-war and has been for the past almost 80 years. They don't want war. Because the carnage of World War II is still fresh in the minds of a lot of people, and they don't want to repeat. So that's probably why a lot of them didn't want to spend so much money.
the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any. They were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's getting all. You got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one that wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian.
Wow.
He's a weak one.
President Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness.
He just instantly starts with, I've never heard so much foolishness. Pierre said many of them, the United States
Never heard
still,
so much malarkey.
the United States still funds the majority of NATO's budget. Yeah, they do.
This is a guy.
President Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. You're going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO. The idea that we have, our strength lies in our alliances as well. It may be a big ocean, but we're ever able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe? What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO? We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. See what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So
I like that question.
That was a good question, but now Trump is going somewhere else.
Good one.
Before we do that,
hold on, play it back.
The problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations. Because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, they don't want anything that we have. But we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this, I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question, would you guard us against Russia at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time? And they said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump.
So he didn't even answer the question at all. Remember that. The question was about, would he support an independent Palestinian state? He didn't even answer the question. We don't know.
He said we'll have to see, which is very, it's not very, yeah. He said we'll see. That was his answer.
Also, I will say,
they don't have to. It is
to some extent, I do.
That's not a no.
But it's not a yes either. He didn't fully answer the question.
That's not a yes.
But either way, I did want to say that. But I do kind of support President Trump's stance on this, which is that the nations should pay a little more for their protection. I think that makes sense because the next war is probably going to happen in Europe. If it doesn't, there's already wars happening in Europe. So if they're afraid of Russia and they want more protection, then they need to post more payments. And I think that makes sense from that standpoint. Like Trump was saying, I don't fully support Trump because Trump was threatening to leave NATO, and that's a big strength of ours. So. But anyway, I'll let them continue.
I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied your supporters that day, some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally
I do hate to
counting
cut
of...
here, but I do have to get going. Sadly.
Damn.
But I appreciate...
good to have you here for the time you were.
Thank you. This was actually really awesome. I like this. Very
we
entertaining.
should do this more.
We should.
We're going to make this AK's normal programming.
No, you're not. No.
You like it or not.
Listen, diplomacy. Or Pierre, sorry. Paradigm YouTube channel. I can run it. We need to do
Yeah,
this. We need
actually,
to do
good
this.
idea.
Get out of here. We'll talk about this later.
Okay. All right. Talk to you guys later.
All right, I'll see
Bye.
you. All right, man. It's just me and you. Let's continue this.
Electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January
Oh, a lot of people believe that.
6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through,
Oh,
very
my God.
few.
Back to
January
this.
6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in and
Cue the tweets and the messages from several world leaders condemning January 6th.
we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. That what happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021?
He repeated his question. The guy said, you have 80 seconds left. Answer the goddamn question. He repeated his question. That's hilarious.
And worry that you'll do it again.
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the...
Yeah.
Didn't he literally threaten there to not be a peaceful transfer of power?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Speech? Like I have that in my brain.
I don't remember, but
news from 2 days ago.
I'm hallucinating.
I don't know. I don't even remember. That was so long ago, honestly.
And patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor in writing, by the way, the mayor, in writing, turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see. I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it, too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her. And she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
President Biden.
That, if that's true,
Hey, also,
big if true.
Yeah.
If Trump actually offered 10,000 National Guard soldiers and was turned down, big if true, and that actually overturns pretty much all of his convictions, like regarding January 6th, because he tried.
No, not really.
Well, no, I mean, he tried
not really,
to
because
defend.
That's what like half of it's about. But the other
What's the
thing
other
is
half?
the fact that he was calling around trying to get people to send in a false slate of electors to get Pence to overturn the election.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the January 6th
the
shit.
other-
I'm talking about the January 6th riot
Well, that
shit.
was also on January 6th, right? So it's
Okay.
a part of like a connected thing.
Okay.
The riot was just going on as a way to divert time.
I will say
him
though,
to call
if
around
Trump
after.
did offer 10K National Guard soldiers and he was denied, that was a big mistake. Big mistake.
It makes him look better. Yeah. They should have accepted it, but it wouldn't really matter for that because it would have still
Right.
It would have still like diverted things and would have prevented the votes from being read and such.
True.
It wouldn't really matter for his intent, in theory,
Look,
at least if his
He
turn.
encouraged those folks to go up on Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours. 3 hours watching, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. But he went to every single court in the nation, I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court, and they said, no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He did do a damn thing, and these people should be in jail, and they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out, and now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to Minnesota,
what's this got to do with the question?
What they've done there with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that. They saw them coming, and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing. The Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now, out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact of the matter is, what he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, turned over desks, turned them over statues. The idea that those people are patriots, come on.
Yeah, he said two Republicans
when
did
I
that.
asked him the first two debates we had, first time around, I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing, will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking about now? Will you denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon.
Also, I want to say he did say this nation is a complete failure, but last I checked, we are still number 20 for development in the world. So come on, I don't know if that.
Yeah, we're leading in most.
Yeah, so I don't know if we're a complete failure.
Failing nation is pretty crazy.
But anyway, we'll
success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon. At a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted
That's
probably
true.
Numerous other times. Should have been
It's
convicted
true,
before,
but I mean, he's not running for president.
That's true. He's not running for president.
He's not the one.
I hate how they bring up Biden's son as a convicted felon. Bro, that's his son. That's not him. You know what I mean? It's still not good, but
they were working in business together.
Oh damn, that's okay. That makes
but
sense.
It still doesn't really.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's not even what the felonies are about.
Yeah.
Convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. Should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death cause at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor having to do with the son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir. You want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, The idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before. Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
Do you have a minute, sir?
I didn't have sex with a porn star, number one. Number two, that was a case that was started and moved.
I like the whole the Stormy Daniels thing. Come on, like I'm pretty sure we all kind of know the details of that case. Like he was with Stormy Daniels or something.
Yeah. Well, it's more that he used campaign money to pay her, right? Isn't that?
Oh, he did?
So that's
that's crazy.
Yeah, that's like the accusation, which is like the problem because it's like money that was pledged to be used for his campaign.
That's
being
wild.
used as bribe money.
That's wild.
Or that's why I understand. I could be completely wrong.
All right, I'm letting him talk.
They moved number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you hear any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Do you ever hear any president say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas, torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And the young woman got killed. I spoke to the mother, and they asked him. They said, "What do you think of those people? The ones who got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones," he said, "I think they're fine people on both sides." What American president would ever say Nazis coming out of fields carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas were fine people? And this is the guy who says Hitler's done some good things. I'd like to know what they are. Good things Hitler's done, that's what he said. This guy has no sense of American democracy.
President Trump.
Jake, both of you know that sir has been totally wiped out because when you see the sentence, it said 100% exoneration on that, sir. He just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville.
You know what this reads like? This reads like that one meme where, like, you know, they're having an argument and the guy, like, comes back with nuh-uh. That's basically what this reads like. This entire debate just feels like, you know, one president saying something, another one's like, nuh-uh. Like,
yeah.
So he just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency, he's without question the worst presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate. He made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it's debunked all over the place. Every anchor every reasonable anchor.
Look at his face as soon as he said that. He was like, "What?" I remember the Charlottesville shit.
No, yeah, like, am I crazy? Like, I remember
that shit
seeing
happened.
this with my eyes.
That shit actually happened. And look at Biden's face. Biden's just like, "What the fuck?" Oh no, that's hilarious. Let's see. Oh boy, that's hilarious. Someone sent me some. Actually, Roscoe sent me something funny. All right, let's continue. Let's get this.
Has debunked it, and just the other day it came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that, and he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
President Biden?
And debunked. It happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran. I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated, we saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers have refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him?
Thank you, President Biden. We're going to be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate.
Oh, there's a post-debate analysis as well. This is very interesting. So, yeah, I mean, I'm probably not going to stick around for that. I might do that in part 2, but let's make sure. Let's get this debate finished up. So far, I'll just say my thoughts are that this entire thing it's been crazy.
Good.
Yeah. The things I've been hearing, like, oh my God. Trump saying some stupid shit. Biden not knowing his facts. Oh my Lord. This is wild. Let me just... How long is this fucking commercial break? Is like 5 whole minutes long. Okay.
I think the live version, both parties paired commercials against each other.
Welcome back to the CNN presidential debate.
Actually, I would like to see that, but...
Let's talk about persistent challenges you both faced in your first terms, and you'd certainly face again in a second term. President Biden, while black unemployment dropped to a record low under your presidency, black families still earn far less than white families. Black mothers are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes, and black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
They acknowledge they made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there's more small black businesses that have been started from any time in history. Number 2.
You know what I wish they would do? I wish they would just acknowledge the point and actually say what they would do, right? Biden's like arguing something. He's like, no, I've done a lot. Like, bro, just acknowledge it. Be like, for the black people who I didn't do justice, I'm sorry, and here's what I will do for you. Like, no. Instead, he's like, this is not just Biden. Trump's doing it too. So I just wish they would just acknowledge the point and be like, all right, listen, here's what I will do for those people. And just be straight. This whole thing is like freaking beating around the bushes, a whole ass dance. Rather than them just...
me up here. I do a way better job.
Way better job of what?
Being the president.
Oh no.
No, but I mean, no, yeah, just like everything. I don't know why normal human engagement with questions is hard for both of them. I don't. Simple.
I don't get why they're doing this.
Wages of black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Number 3, we're providing housing for black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporations that collude to keep people out of their houses. And in addition to that, we find that the impact on the choice that black families have to make relative to child care is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation in the past, I was able to reduce black child care costs. I cut them in half. We got to make sure we provide for child care costs. We got to make sure, because when you provide those child care protections, you increase economic growth because more people can be in the job market. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it.
You have 49 seconds left. What do you say to black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far?
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. For example, I provided for the idea that any black family...
See, this is exactly what I'm saying. He's arguing the point. Bro, just tell them what you're going to do for them.
First-time home buyers should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home so they can get started. I made sure that we're in a situation where all those black families and those black individuals who had to take out student loans that were ballooning, that if they were engaged in nursing, doctor, and anything having to do with volunteerism, if they paid their bills for 10 years on their student debt, all the rest was forgiven after 10 years. Millions have benefited from that. And we're going to do a whole lot more for black families.
Thank you, President Trump.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation, and he's right, it's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing black families and Hispanic.
I said this earlier. There was more inflation under Biden's term, but I don't know if Biden caused it. I was talking about this with someone else earlier. There was more inflation. That is correct, but I don't know if he caused it or if that was a result of what Trump did. That much is very unclear to me, but I do know that there was more inflation. That much I will say.
Like hard to say.
Go on.
Just like hard to say with that, because I mean, like, on some level, like everything Biden did is like in some ways caused by Trump.
True.
So like, sorting out exactly where we think the like culpability for different things lies is going to be like complex, but like generally, it seems like Trump might have had a I don't know if he's had a knowingly positive impact on Biden's economy, whereas I think Biden has positively impacted his own. So I don't know how that plays. Like, I don't know how the optics on that end up, but I feel like it might shake out. I think overall, not to get like too like opinion-y here, but I mean, we've been kind of sharing like our takes on things. I think so far, as bad as Biden's performing, and I mean this is also just in general, I just like Trump is so itched at this point. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
like Biden,
it's
seems
bad.
To be doing
that's what all my
better. Yeah, it's bad. It's just bad. But I mean, I think Biden is probably doing better overall, even if not on like a rhetoric thing. But he's being more truthful.
A lot of people said that Biden lost this. Like, Biden's approval ratings dropped heavily while Trump's actually went up. That's what I saw. I think on NBC News. I think Biden's approval rating went down while Trump's went up after this interview, which
apparently it got leaked that he was maybe considering stepping down, and he told like a state official that he was considering it. I don't know about that, though.
I think he should. I think he should just make way for another Democratic candidate or candidate.
It's tempting, but that's like really concerning because we don't actually know who would be good for that. And then
it's true
because we know Biden's already been the president. We don't need to worry about like some crazy thing coming out or like a new allegation against the person. Even if it's not true, and just like crushing them in the next like 6 months, right? I think that would be terrible.
I think they should both step down and both get replacements. Pierre said the reason being
I don't think that's happening, but yeah.
Pierre said the reason being this debate is a show of strength and intelligence. He failed to do so. Exactly. Biden failed in strength and intelligence. Trump failed in intelligence, but he has some strength.
Yep.
Yeah. I say they both failed in intelligence because they both said wrong things throughout this whole debate that, I've been fact checking here and there as much as I can and trying to, listen, I'm not an expert, but I do address things where they can be addressed. But yeah,
I'm curious in your opinion on this. Do you think Biden's making a larger effort to be more truthful or like correct? Because I feel like he might.
I don't blame anyone for being wrong here, because neither of them have a fucking fact sheet in front of them. So how they don't?
Yeah, but like I feel like Trump doesn't care when he's wrong. Like I feel like his claims are way crazier. You know, like he's just saying like,
I can't
crazy,
speak.
Unhinged.
I can't
like, or am I? Maybe I'm crazy. Didn't he say something like millions of people are coming into the border from asylums and prisons? Didn't he say that? Like that's
he did.
Yeah, like that's actually unhinged, right? Like that's just like objectively, no sane person would hear that statement and be like, "This could even possibly be true." Millions just from prisons and asylums, like that's actually right. Like I feel like Biden or Trump's being just like way more.
He's exaggerating, which is known for. Both have lied and subverted the question. Exactly. Like both of them, in my opinion, should step down, and we should get better candidates on both sides. But let's continue.
Well, I mean, we should always get better candidates, right? I mean, that's kind of a non-statement.
Thank you, President Trump.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation, and he's right. It's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled and tripled and quadrupled. They can't live. They're not living anymore. He caused this inflation. I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you. President Biden?
What is a black? So Pierre said, this is why I don't support a two-party system. And then after that, he said, what is a black job? So I'll
imagine he means like he's taking jobs that were held by
traditionally black people. Yeah.
But it's rough. There's no like normal, there's no good way to spin that. Like,
that's like low-key racist.
But that's...
Yeah, it's like low-key racist. But I do want to address the first point. This is why I don't support a two-party system. Yeah, our whole... I don't support the two-party system either, and a lot of countries don't. Well, some countries do have a two-party system, but I know like Europe has largely done away with two-party system. A lot of countries have multiple parties now for this reason, so you're not just stuck choosing between the least of two assholes, basically, or the least of two idiots, the better of two worst candidates, you know what I mean? So this is why we need to have a multi-party system. I actually think that we should be allowed to I think we should get rid of the electoral college, just have direct voting. And I think also that
I agree. Though I will say, if anything has made me restore my faith in the electoral college, not that I really ever had any before, the whole January 6th stuff might be the best argument for it.
Why?
Because having like a system where we have institutions which have a whole job of counting and delegating votes individually on a state level, and then sending them off to be ratified individually is like kind of what safeguarded everything from going bad.
Pierre said,
if you read through like all of the conviction stuff from like all of the January 6th hearings and stuff, like it seems like maybe if we had a more direct voting system, that could have went way worse because just like less moving parts.
Pierre says that he's actually heard the quote before. He is referencing lower paying, lower educated jobs. He's insinuating that immigrants and minorities as a whole are lower level workers. He could have said immigrants are taking jobs, which then leads to less jobs for minorities. Yeah, I think that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Either way, there's still a racial connotation here.
Yeah.
There's still a racial connotation here.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, I don't know. No, yeah, not good.
There was no.
But I mean, that's not new.
The worst in our history.
Thank you. President Biden?
There was no inflation when I became president. You know why? The economy was flat on it.
Come on, Biden. That we already know this is not wrong. So
It's back. 15% unemployment. He decimated the economy. Absolutely decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs. We provided
also not Trump. Pretty sure unemployment was a little lower than that.
thousands of millions of jobs for individuals who are in all communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered, if the ACA has increased, I made sure that they're $8,000 per person in a family to get written off for health care. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They've tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again, and they're going to try again if they win. We find ourselves in a position where the idea that we're not doing any, we put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people have a shot to make it. There's a lot going on, but in inflation, he caused it by his tremendous malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank you. Another persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was the hottest year in recorded history, and communities across the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Well, let me just go back to what he said about
my God.
the police, how close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting Donald J. Trump. Almost every police group.
Don't refer to
And what
yourself
he's done
like
to the black population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. We can't, in the 1990s, we can't forget that. Super predators was his name, and he called it to them for 10, and they've taken great offense at it, and now they see it happening. But when they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the historically black colleges and universities, where I funded them and got them all funded, and the opportunity zones with Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was in.
Justicism.
Yeah. What are the historically black universities that he funded?
I don't know.
What is that in reference to?
I have no idea.
Is that just like completely made up?
I have no idea what he's even saying at this point. Like Trump, he keeps going back when the question, like, bro should just answer the damn question. Like, I don't.
And the opportunity zones with Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job. Great senator from South Carolina. He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country, opportunity zones. And the biggest beneficiary are blacks. And that's why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where ever, the best numbers. He's lost much of the black population because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a horrible job for Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs, and it's already started, and you haven't seen anything yet. It's a disaster.
38 seconds left. President Trump, will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
So
okay, wait, hold on. Just to be clear, it does look like that's a thing that did happen. Though, I mean, he just like signed a bill that gave 22
blacks.
Yeah,
Pierre said in chat, blacks. That was
to historically black colleges and universities, apparently. And this is in 2019. So I mean, I guess that's something he did. I don't know how much he was involved. I hate when that. Yeah, me too. It's pretty weird.
Yeah, that's. Yeah.
Oh man.
What would you say that they should say instead, Pierre? Black people? Is that what you would? Black people, the black community. Is that what you would prefer? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds better.
Yeah. I get it. It's yeah. No. Yeah, I get it. All right, let's see what Trump actually has to say in response to the question he was actually asked.
38 seconds left. President Trump, will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air, and we had it. We had H2O. We had the best numbers ever, and we were using all forms of energy, all forms, everything. And yet, during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever. And my top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage, actually.
I don't know where the hell he's been.
Oh, yeah, so that's the thing I was talking about earlier when I said
I've passed the most extensive climate change legislation in history.
I was gonna say, Pierre said, doesn't Trump believe global warming is fake? Yeah. Didn't he say that? I don't know,
apparently. Well, to be honest, not to get like too mask off here, I don't think he believes any of the things he says. Honestly,
I have no idea at this point.
If he has any like party or belief-based allegiance.
I have
any idea like that.
No, I have no idea.
But I mean, maybe I don't know.
Extensive climate change legislation in history. We find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges. I came up with $15 billion for HBC.
What did he say? The most extensive climate
change legislation. I've passed the most extensive climate change legislation in history.
That's not true. Europe has much tougher climate laws than anything the U.S. has. Europe, Canada, a lot of these countries have much tougher laws.
Maybe if we wanted to be ultra charitable, we could say he means only in the U.S.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
if he means
honestly, that could be a pretty reasonable interpretation.
Yeah.
I mean, he should have specified if that is what he meant, but that's not as far out as I.
That's not that bad, but still, I mean, he should have clarified that.
He definitely should have said that. Yeah.
In history, makes it seem like he's talking about the whole world.
In history, we find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges. I came up with $15 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and the like. Any black student is capable in college of doing any white student can do. They just don't have the money, but now they'll be able to get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation where the idea
things like that. It's just
things like what?
Grammatically incorrect. Any black student is capable of doing anything any white student can do. Well, that's not correct, technically, because there can be, like, a really, really advanced white student and a really academically, like...
challenged black... Exactly.
Yeah. So, like, that's not true, objectively. I get what he's saying, is just, like, grammatically not communicating the point he's trying to, and it gets on my nerves when people do that.
I get you. I mean, one of the biggest problems in this whole debate is that Biden's been stumbling over his whole words. He doesn't know what he's saying, and Trump is lying off his ass. I don't think he knows what he's saying either. This whole debate is a shit show, I support neither Trump nor Biden. I've said that several times during this, but it's just crazy,
Yeah.
Get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation where the idea that he is claiming to have done something that had the cleanest water. He hadn't done a damn thing for the environment. He, out of the Paris Climate Accord, I immediately joined it, because if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius at any one point, there's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is climate change, and he didn't do a damn thing about it. He wants to undo all that I've done.
The Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion, and China nothing, and Russia nothing, and India nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States. And I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money, because they treat us horribly. We were the only ones. It was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it. And it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before, insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs, because the migrants coming in, they want everybody. And look, I have the biggest heart on the stage. I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people.
Biden laughed at that. Did you see? Biden was like, bruh.
Yeah, I think that...
That actually does sound like the setup to a joke, I feel. But
the thing I hate is that they, mainly Democrats, use the black voter group as a backup to hard questions. Yeah, I've seen that.
Yep.
It's wild, man. Just answer the damn question. What are you gonna do for these people? Just say it. Oh man, my God.
But we're destroying our country. It's hard on the stage, I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people. But we're destroying our country. They're taking over our schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
The idea is that we, in fact, we were the only ones of consequence who were not members of the Paris Accord. How can we do anything? We're not able to, the United States can't get its pollution under control. One of the largest polluters in the world, number one. We're making significant progress. By 2035, we will have cut pollution in half. We have made significant progress, and we're continuing to make progress. We set up a climate corps for thousands of young people will learn how to deal with climate, just like the Peace Corps. And we're moving in directions that are going to significantly change the elements of cause of pollution. But the idea that he claims that he has the biggest heart up here and he's really concerned about pollution and about climate, I've not seen any indication of that. And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs, one company agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one, voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world...
This question was about climate change. Now they're talking about prescription drugs.
Every pharmaceutical company cannot have to pay. Thank you. And by the way...
Remember in question one when I was like, man, this would be a good jumping off point for Biden to get into pharmaceuticals?
He's doing it all the way over here. Bro,
yeah, exactly. That'll work.
He acts like immigrants are impersonal force instead of actual people. By doing this gross generalization, he dehumanizes immigrants. Who? Trump or Biden? Or both, maybe?
I mean, probably...
Trump? Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
True.
No,
I mean,
Trump,
on some level, we do tend to do that when we look at large groups of people. But I mean,
Trump has done that extensively. He has several times. I'm pretty sure at one point he literally said they're criminals, they're rapists, they're bringing drugs and crime, and some of them, I suppose, are good people. I'm pretty sure that's literally an exact quote of his from, I think, back in 2016. So,
was immigration also the context for the Hitler quote thing?
No, that was different. Hitler.
Okay, that was.
I remember when, Trump quoted Mussolini once.
Oh no! When Trump said immigrants, I believe immigrants are poisoning the blood of this country.
Did he say that?
That's like a Hitler quote. No, yeah, and he unintentionally quoted Hitler.
I don't remember that.
I could be. But was that about immigrants? Hold on.
I don't even remember that quote. I don't know if...
Really? Wait, hold on. No, that was a...
I do remember he quoted Mussolini on Twitter. I remember that much, actually.
That's... Well, okay. I mean, that... Yeah.
He was quite open about it, too. He was asked, do you know that this is a Mussolini quote? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, wow. So...
No, yeah, wait, hold on. He said illegal immigration is poisoning the blood of the country. This country's social, which is something Hitler said, I guess. Well, yikes. Anyway,
yeah, let's continue.
Okay, we can get back to that.
Millions of Americans struggle just to make ends meet. For many older Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security solvent?
Yes, make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Right now, everybody making under $170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck.
You know what the easier answer to that was? Deny Social Security to the wealthy. That would have been the easier answer, and that would have been the answer that I think more people could have just gotten behind. tax the rich thing is such a cop-out. Yeah. I think so. I honestly, I feel like, all right, listen, the government is not really efficient in the way they use their taxes. We know this, right? The tax the rich thing is honestly such a severe cop-out, and I feel like there are so many easy answers to these things that, if Social Security is going to collapse, well, then stop handing out Social Security to the people who already have more than enough money to make it through their senior years. And I understand that they paid already, but it's either that or you get taxed more. Which one would you like?
Okay. No, yeah.
I think more people would just easily just get behind, just deny the ultra rich their Social Security. Either that or you get taxed more. What do you want? And I myself, would kind of stand behind that. Yeah, bro, just deny Social Security to those who can make it. If you can make it, why do you need Social Security? You got more than enough, bro. Either that or get taxed. What do you want? I think a lot of people...
I think he could definitely use the two potential solutions as a good gateway to talk about how, there's been... I don't know, how much you keep up with this, but, all of the struggles with, bipartisanship within... Congress, especially now.
Honestly, that's a fucking that. I feel like that's also more cop out, but it's true, right? There's so many issues.
You
true,
can't but he could definitely.
Go on. I was gonna say
he could definitely be here we can do here are these two options, and I'll bend to whatever the other party wants, right?
I feel like that could be done, but I feel like the other party doesn't at this point. It's such a cop-out, but it's true, right? The whole bipartisan issue, no one wants to let shit get through Congress. And it's they get in these crazy stalemates, and then nothing gets through Congress, and it's the average people are left sitting here being bro, can we just get a solution already? And a lot of times the most sensible solution is entirely left off the table, the most sensible, the easiest to implement solution is entirely left off the table, and every side is going for their own version of an extreme solution, or a more extreme solution, actually. Rather than just going for the one that's more moderate, that would probably work decently well, everybody wants to go for the extreme, the right wing or left wing. I'm not going to pretend one party is guilty of this and another isn't, because both of them are just as guilty of this. But either way, I don't want to rant on this much longer.
I think right now, overall, they're both probably just...
Yeah.
I think right now...
Both these clowns don't deserve to get elected, in my opinion.
The Republican Party's doing worse when it comes to bipartisanship stuff. From what I've seen.
I guess, but I feel like that's a dangerous precedent, because then everyone's going to be point the finger at the Republican Party when shit doesn't get through Congress. When in reality, the Democrats have a plan that
they
too.
Were. Well, I think it was.
I want to be clear. You're
governor or something.
I want to be clear. You're kind of right.
Said yeah. He said what was it? He said something about if Biden couldn't show up, could we just do the thing without him and then just not do anything? And it's that's crazy to just be hey, can we prevent Biden from coming and then not do anything while he's not here? That seems to be more so the sentiment now. But it's definitely something to do in moderation, but I feel comfortable saying it because I know that I'm judging it based on specific things I'm seeing and not just normal stuff.
To be very clear, I said that Republicans are doing it, but the Democrats have done it too. I'm not just going to point the finger at the Republicans. So let's continue.
Every $70,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck from the time the first one they get when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're going to, I've been proposing that everybody, the millionaires pay 1%. So no one I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000 after that again.
And Pierre put the best point in the chat. The rich don't get paychecks. Exactly. They don't get paychecks. You can't tax them like that. Here's how I would say. You know what? I would say how the tax should be paid. I'd say just do 20% for everyone. Unless you're really poor. Then, lesser. I'm not, I think 20 or 30% for everyone, and, obviously as you get more money, then you'll have more, to pay, right? 30% of $1 million is more than 30% of 10,000 or 100,000. And yeah, the rich don't get paychecks. They get paid in stocks, usually stock options or something like. And then, yeah. Well, anyway, when they sell that stock, it's considered income, right? So then usually they have to, they have to, pay tax on that. So I think that just doing is very simple, 30% or 20%, maybe even 25%, all income, regardless of your.
So the problem with that, right?
Unless you're poor.
Like most of them get money through loans.
What?
Based on their value, based on the stocks. Like the general elite, right?
Yeah.
So like what they'll do is it's like, okay, well I have this much stock that I'm not going to sell, but it's worth this much. So I'm now gonna go to a bank. I'm going to get money based on my value, and then I'm going to get another loan to pay off that loan, and then another loan to pay off that loan until I die, pretty much. And then the stocks are just like the collateral to pay off different loans. Oh, wait, no, yeah. Pierre just said literally the exact same thing.
They use their stocks as collateral for loans, since debt by definition is not taxed. Well, yeah, you can't tax debt. That makes no sense. You're taxing debt.
So that's why, like, the income thing.
If you think about it, if you tax debt, you're just a dick. Think about it. Someone's already in debt, and you're gonna put tax on top of that. You're just stupid if you do that. That's a dick move. But yeah, like dude, people like see this is that's wild, man. I don't know what to say. Honestly, let's just continue this.
Make the wealthy. The cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, it began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life.
So you still have 82 seconds left. Are there any other measures that you think that would be able to help keep Social Security solvent, or is that one enough?
Well, no, that one enough will keep it solvent. But the biggest thing will do if we defeat this man, because he wants to get rid of Social Security. He thinks there's plenty to cut in Social Security. He's wanting to cut Social Security and Medicare, both times. And and if you look at the program put forward by the House Republican caucus that I believe supports, is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way, the American public has greater health care coverage today than ever before. And on the ACA, as I said, you're in a circumstance where 400,000 people, 40 million people would not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. Only thing that allows them to have that insurance is the fact that...
Pierre said 2 seniors talking about protecting seniors. Exactly, right?
They have a pre-existing condition. Only thing that allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they, in fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is, we're in a situation where we talk about education for black communities. I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants by another $8,000. So anybody making under $70,000 a year is going to be able to get $15,000 toward their tuition. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody lie like this guy. He lies. I've never seen it.
And you don't?
In the face. About so many other things too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation.
What's this have to do with Social Security?
The losers and suckers story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace.
What's any of this have to do with Social Security? And you aren't a liar? You called him a liar when you aren't?
Well, he said no one else lies as much as he does, so he's just less of it.
That was like 4 questions ago. Exactly. And even then, that's not a good like defense that like, oh yeah, I'm less of a bad guy than this guy is, because then you just get into this whole competition of who's the lesser shit stain. Bro, can we have a good president and not just
the election, right?
Right, but that's and I think that's the issue with American politics, is that the whole thing is just dominated by who's the lesser shit stain and who has the who's the lesser shit stain, and then and then the 2-party system. And then that 2-party system just locks in the idea of who's the lesser shit stain. Let's continue.
Social Security is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country, and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid. They're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street, and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing, and it's really coming back. I've never seen such anger in our country before.
President Biden?
The idea that veterans are not being taken care of, I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he acknowledged after that he fired that general. That general got fired because he's the one that acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump.
Wait. Hold on. That's kind of... I get what he's correcting, because Trump said that Biden made that story up and not the general. But that is kind of like a bad point to bring up the firing thing. Because it's like, yeah, if one of your generals was like actively slandering you in the press, you probably would fire him.
The epitome of this was that back when Biden was first elected, the motto was "settle for Biden," since he was the lesser of two evils. There you go. Pierre said that in the chat, by the way. All right, let's let him cook. Let's see what they got to say.
He's the one that acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it. Number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions, he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world, the reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates he talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession and inflation is going to increasingly go up. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost of child care, which many American families struggle to afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have tried to address this issue, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families, the cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make child care more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, much more so than him. The other thing is, he doesn't fire people. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. You'd pay a price for it.
Yeah, that was a
I
fun
inherited
era.
these people. I didn't put Comey there. He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired every military man that was involved with that the Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border, that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world? Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people, many from prisons, many from mental institutions? Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed.
They're not from the majority of them.
I don't
prison.
know.
They're not.
I don't know where Trump
is a liar and Biden is stupid. It's now I get why.
He's stupid. He's just like actually old. Like it's
now,
not even like.
Now I get why they said that this whole debate was a shit show. Now I get it. Like, I figured it wasn't gonna be good, but it's just a shit show at this point.
Destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just can't let it happen. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance, of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He is the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
We're the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America.
Oh my God.
I mean, honestly, this isn't even necessarily a bad strategy, though, right? Like, this is kind of what people want.
But he's wrong. We're not the most admired country in the world. We're maybe the most talked about country, but there's plenty of people in other countries that I know who are like, the United States isn't the best country in the world, especially when you compare it to something like Europe. Like Western and Northern Europe.
I agree.
Come on.
I agree. I'm more just saying rhetorically. That isn't like a valueless point, right? Like,
I get it.
People do. I think a lot of the appeal of Trump is that he comes off very confident and strong, and so maybe that's kind of like you want to try to rival that with your own stronger and more confident speech, even if it feels a little like cringy and weird.
Yeah.
There's nothing beyond our capacity. We have the finest military in the history of the world, the finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak. No one wants to screw around with us. Nobody. Number one.
That part is true.
Yeah, that's true.
We do have the biggest military, and nobody does want to fuck with us. That part is true.
Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up or go online. 159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians, they've had meetings and they voted who's the worst president in American history. One through best to worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history.
I did see that, actually. I did actually see that there were people who ranked him as the worst president in American history. To be fair, the American dream is still very sought after by people of non-American lineage. You mean non-American lineage? Yeah, Pierre said that in chat. Yeah, non-American lineage. Yeah.
I agree.
That is true. I mean, I feel like even like the American dream is still sought after by a lot of people, just in general, but even, especially people of non-American lineage. They come to the U.S. and they're like, they want to have the American dream. I won't say that the American dream is completely gone. I will say that the number of people who have the opportunity to successfully achieve the American dream is slowly dwindling down. So that's how I will put it. I won't say that it's gone entirely, but I will say that as the years go by, the percentage of people that can make it into that non-American dream, or that American dream, gets smaller and smaller. So,
yeah, yep.
That's a fact. That's not conjecture. The worst in all of American history. That's a fact. That's not conjecture.
He's right.
He can argue they're wrong, but that's what they voted. The idea that he is doing anything to deal with child care. He did for virtually nothing to child care. We should significantly increase the child care tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men or single parents to be able to go back to work. And we should encourage businesses to have.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make child care more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst. Because what he's done is so bad. And they rate me, I'll show you, I will show you. And they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever created an economy like us. Nobody ever cut taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire. So everybody, including the two of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I'd grow up and I'd see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country.
I get it. Who wants to pay tax, right? Like, no one wants to pay tax. Like, let's just be real here. So I get the appeal of like voting for Trump for an anti-tax standpoint, but yeah.
The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
President Biden?
Look, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about, he's increased the tariff, he will increase the taxes on middle-class people. I said I'd never raise a tax on anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming in the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year more, because they're going to have to pay the difference in food and all the things that we're importing. Number two, he's in a situation where He talks about how he has not raised, he somehow helped the middle class. Middle class have been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. You had the largest deficit of any president in American history, number one. Number two, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China. We are at the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you, President Biden.
You lost
Thank you, President Biden. Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions of Americans that both of you have made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis.
Yeah, okay.
And for both of you, the number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, it went up. Under your term, it has gone up. Former President Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
To finish up, we now...
I would say I don't really have much of an... I don't have much of an answer for this. I mean, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a psychologist on drugs. I think really those questions shouldn't be answered by politicians. Those questions should be answered by doctors and psychologists and even economists, because economists understand how the drugs are distributed and how they're brought in. I
largely agree. But I mean,
those questions should be answered mainly by psychologists who understand addiction, not by
the question was what will
politicians
Trump do, right? Not what.
That's what I'm saying. Trump should just do, or Biden should just do whatever the fuck the psychologists tell him to do. That's what I think they should do.
Probably.
But let's see.
But I mean, that's not a good answer, right? Like,
that's not a good answer. That would be a good answer for me. If I heard that, you'd win my vote. If one of those just say, "Yeah, I'm just gonna ask psychologists and do whatever the fuck they tell me to," you won my vote.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that would be ideal.
It really would be. Let's see what they have to say.
Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need.
Revamp rehab centers and fund them better. Increase funding for police and the DEA. Start advertising for anti-drug use. Okay, I thought you were gonna say start advertising for drug use. I was like, what? Fund homeless shelters. I would say those are pretty good steps. And I would say actually, if you asked psychologists and economists, that's exactly what they would say. They would say those things that you just said in the chat. They would say revamp the rehab centers, fund them better, and all that. I would say that we need to take an approach. Actually, now I have some ideas in my head, but we need to take an approach similar to what Europe has done in Switzerland, which is not war on drugs, but rehab and trying to rehab and trying to fix people up, not just throw them in jail for doing drugs. That's what I think needs to happen. Bisky says hello.
I'm gonna be right back in 5 minutes.
5 minutes. All right, I'm gonna continue it because we need
to get through this.
We do need to get through this. Hello, Bisky. Let's get through this. By the way, Bisky, this is not our normal programming. This is just the presidential debate happened. And I just kind of wanted to throw my thoughts. This is not the normal content we do here. Normally we do gaming. I don't want to see Trump you. But yeah, normally we do gaming here. We don't do this. But just this was a big event that happened. So no, I'm not a Trump supporter. You're not offending me. Don't worry. I'm not a Biden supporter either. I don't support. Oh, you love politics? Excellent. Let's get into this. We've been here for like 4 hours, so let's get through this.
Throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need.
To finish up, we now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took...
He gets paid by China? What?
...out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries, and there was more to come, but he hasn't done that. But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
I just want to say, he keeps mentioning how the deficit went up under Biden's administration, but the deficit goes up every year. So that's not really a fair point. Yeah, Paradigm's going to have so many clips after this, dude. I'm going to need help going through all this. There's like 4 or 5 hours of footage. Like, I'm going to need help going through all this. I hate the way he talks. I hate the way that he walks. I hate the way that he dresses. I hate the way that he sneaks disses. Oh my God. If I catch a fight, it's going to be Derek. That's hilarious.
So, President Trump, you have 67.
Kendrick? Oh, is that a Kendrick line? I don't know. I don't know much. Is that a Kendrick line? I don't know.
Can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Jake, we were doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough. And it was the drugs pouring across the border it started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot.
The certain dog?
What?
What?
You bought the certain dog that's the most incredible?
What dog? The certain dog? What does that even mean? Like, are you talking about a specific breed of dog? Like, is he talking about like German Shepherds or like bloodhounds or something?
Do you want my honest theory here?
Yeah, search dogs?
I think they brought Trump. They like shuffled him in for like a publicity event to meet a drug sniffing dog. And that's what he's talking about.
Oh my God, that could well be it.
Met a drug sniffing dog. I feel like that must be it because I don't know what we bought a certain dog that's what like.
Bisky's got
so good at
Bisky's got an idea in chat. I think. What you want, Bisky?
Wait, what is it?
Bisky said, "Oh my fucking God, wait, guys, what's the idea? You got some?" I'm just gonna play this in the meantime. But he said something about some dog.
Dog that's the most incredible. Started to increase. They can spot it. We did a lot, and we were getting very low numbers, very, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways, but the numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border, the worst thing I've ever seen. At numbers that nobody's ever seen under him because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you. President Biden?
Fentanyl and the byproducts of fentanyl went down for a while. And I wanted to make sure we use the machinery that can detect fentanyl, these big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal. More fentanyl machines, more be able to detect drugs, more numbers of.
What's happening in chat?
What happened?
What's happening in chat?
I have no idea what's happening in chat, but Bisky's saying that he posted some image about I guess of like Melania or one of Trump's like wife or something, I forget. And Bisky's going wild on something. She is fantasizing about oh Lord. Anyway, moving on. Nah, Baron Trump.
Well, I mean,
moving on.
Drugs.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
Of agents, more numbers of all people.
Find help.
And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues and said, "Don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically." No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now struggling to get the treatment they need.
Well, this does pertain to it. He ended Remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage. We always pay $6 billion for a hostage. Every time we say there's a hostage. Now we have a hostage, a Wall Street Journal reporter, I think a good guy, and he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly as soon as I take office. Before I take office, I said by literally as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago. But Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases. We paid $6 billion for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your 2nd term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Trump is 85. What is he, 86? No, Trump's like 83.
No, he's still in his late 70s. He's like 79 or something.
Hold on. How old is Trump? He's 86.
Wait. No, he's not 86.
78. Trump is only like
78.
8 years younger than him. Come on now. That's like
Sure, but I mean 8 years younger, especially if one of them. Well, honestly, they both might have a degenerative disorder, but yeah, 8 years can make a big difference for seniors for sure. Like that's a big jump.
Pierre said the fent issue is massive because the drug isn't organic. You don't have to grow anything, you simply need a lab. Our anti-drug infrastructure isn't set up for such volume and more so its strength. Trump is younger than Biden. Yeah, as far as I know, fentanyl isn't taken at full dosage. They dilute it and take it, I think, right? So you can actually smuggle lots of it in like really small like containers and capacities and like hide it pretty much anywhere, and and then when you come across the border, then like dilute it. I think that's how it works. At least, once again, I know nothing about drugs, but that's what I've been told and been led to believe. What?
You know nothing about drugs. You got to make sure you specify.
Oh, come on. I don't know. Okay, I'm not a drug dealer, bro.
Okay,
come on. It's used as a lace for other substances. I've heard that. I've heard it's used to lace other substances too.
Well, first of all,
handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s.
Also, I don't know if it's the toughest job in the world. She says it's the toughest job in the world. I don't know if this is the toughest job in the world. I would say it's pretty tough, but I don't know if it's the toughest. Like, there's plenty of jobs that are.
I don't know. I could see an argument for it.
Yeah.
It's maybe the most important job in the world, honestly.
Perhaps, but not.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say it's the toughest, but I'd say it's one of the toughest.
What's the thing where it's like the presidents are like aged at like twice the rate or something from the stress?
Something like, I forget.
Yeah, it's like I don't know of any other job that causes that, but I'm sure there's probably some other ones.
Yeah, let's get into it.
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the 2nd youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said, 15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. The whole idea of computer chips, we used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and then bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States, and guess what? Those fabs they call that to build these chips. Those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college.
Once again, what does this have to do with the with the question. Second of all, I will get into this because this is my like sort of area of expertise, technology. These chips were made mainly in Taiwan well before Trump became president. Well before I think even Obama became president. These chips were made in Taiwan for a very, very long time. And my camera has died. I'll fix that in a second. But these chips, one second. Yeah, these chips have been made in Taiwan for quite a long time. And yes, Biden mentioned that he convinced Samsung to come back into the States. That part is accurate. However, he did convince Samsung to come back to the United States, or not come back, but to open a fab. They're called fabs because it's short for fabricator or fabrication factory. He did convince Samsung to open a fab in the United States, but I think what he's forgetting is fabs don't really employ workers. They employ researchers. The entire chip is made by a machine. People don't touch the chip. They can't. It's too sensitive. The entire chip is made by a machine. The only people in the lab are researchers and engineers who make sure that the machines are working as they should. And when I say engineers, I mean like engineers, some of these people with PhDs and masters. I'm not talking about, I don't want to put them down, but people who are just generally considered engineers working on a product line. Okay, there's no assembly line for chips. Chips are made in a sterile factory. They're made in what's a clean room, because any small bit of contamination will contaminate them. So if he thinks that bringing these fabs back to the United States is going to hire more people, they're not going to hire lower class worker people like factory workers. They're going to hire researchers and engineers at the higher levels. And I guess also you could make the argument that now those chips are in the United States. They're no longer imported. They are made domestically. So that's good. But then again, Samsung is still not the biggest chip manufacturer. That would be Intel and AMD. They still make their chips in Taiwan. And Samsung makes ARM chips for phones and mobile devices mainly. So, and while those are still valuable, not as valuable as x86 chips, x86 64 chips that are made by Intel and AMD. All right, let's get on with this.
Degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
So like I said about the creating jobs, it's not, like I said, like that only benefits the most high class people, the highly educated people. Those are the only people who are going to get hired here or there, because it's not a factory line. So it's not a factory line of people. It's sort of an assembly line, but not of people, certainly.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president who wouldn't trade places with the United States of America for all our problems and all our opportunities.
Most of Europe. Most of Europe.
We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us. All of our allies and our those who he coddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, we send love letters to, and Putin, etc. They don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82.
That is a massive lie. What do you mean? What's a massive lie, Pierre? That Trump cuddles up to him. Is that the massive lie? Everybody trusts. Yeah, no. A lot of people don't trust China, Russia, Iran. They don't trust the U.S.
He did clarify our allies, but yeah, that's still not.
Okay, yeah.
Around with us.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2
I would say if Biden wants to beat all of the cognition allegations, literally take a cognition test, make the results public, and he would beat all of the accusations. Because you can't argue against the facts done by a doctor. Go on.
Already do that though? Like, didn't he literally?
I don't think he ever did
that.
I don't think he ever did.
No. What was the thing where the report came out where it said that he had like a photographic recall?
He had a what?
A photographic recall.
That actually happened? I don't.
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Hold on. Let me find it.
No, I'll play it. Yeah,
but like he has underwent. Yeah, you're.
Easy one. I go through the first 5 questions. You couldn't do it, but I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year, and
Biden gets those 2 physical exams every year.
We knock on wood wherever we may have wood.
Yeah.
That I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way, and I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced him. Dr. Rony Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said they'd never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden?
You can see he is 6'5".
Anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden?
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds.
You never said it was 6'4".
Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's what you're. Anyway, just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him.
What?
I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6. But by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie that he's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8.
Never.
But I had, how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Good.
I would like to see them play golf. I just want to see it. Like,
I want to see them keep arguing about their handicaps. To be honest.
I don't even know what this is. Like, we're yapping about golf for 5 minutes straight. I don't even know what that is. Like, he was talking about 8 handicap, 6 handicap. I don't even know what that is. But
it's like a golf thing. It's just like how good you are, pretty much.
All right.
But I had, how many?
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Okay,
Let's not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to
21
turn
Let's not act like children.
You
to
are
a
a child.
specific concern that voters have about you. Will you pledge tonight that once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins, and you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable?
Well, I shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to, and I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her
Not ushered in by the police. That's just not a true thing. And then, like, I don't know what Trump thinks a small amount of people are, but, like, January 6th was not a small amount of people. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. I think he's talking about January 6th.
Yeah. No, yeah, that just seems like too
responsibility, not mine.
thing.
She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my many places enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent, because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. The only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president. then I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're
God,
a
he
failing
said the
nation
thing.
right now. We're a seriously failing nation.
He said the thing.
And we're a failing nation because of
He
him.
said the thing.
His
This is so
policies
good.
are so bad. His military policies are...
Is that a good argument to make what? That we will make America great again? Pierre asked in chat, is that a good argument to make? What argument?
No, yeah, I don't know.
Are you talking about like
right.
I wouldn't be here if you were a good president? I don't know. I feel like it's a weird argument.
yeah, that's
I've never heard anything like it, but
no, I don't think that's a good argument because I think Biden.
Yeah,
I mean, Trump was already planning to run after losing, right? Like before he knew. How good
I think so.
Biden
Yeah.
would be. So I don't know. Yeah, but I mean, also just like objectively, Trump was already planning on running again. Like, what do you mean? Like, there's no way that Trump was like, well, I think the election was stolen and this is all lies.
Yeah,
but I guess I'll see how Biden does.
That was not going to happen. Exactly.
Like, that's definitely not what's going on. So, yeah.
All right, let's.
Insane. They're insane. These are wars. Military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's...
Boom Boy 999. This is an Ultra Mega stream or a Dark Brandon stream. Neither. This is not
neither.
This is not the normal programming on this channel. This is just the debate happened and I wanted to just cover it. My reaction to it. I'm neither. I normally do gaming and tech content. I'm just covering my reaction to this.
Yeah.
Paradigm, it's not paradigm intelligence, but it's also my thing as well. I'm doing this for my own audience as well.
I don't know who this is, so they might not know what paradigm is.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah,
he's driving us there, and Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him, they don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
Shameless plugging.
You want a World War III, let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all, and required response. The idea, I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done and what they've done. Because we are powerful.
Europe, come on now. A lot of Europe is. Am I based in the SF Bay Area? No, I'm not. I'm on East Coast. A lot of Europe is fine, bro. I don't think they'd trade places with you. I don't think they'd trade places with America at all. I'm not saying that America's a bad place, but they have their own good stuff going for them. So.
Nation. We have wonderful peace because of the people, not me. It's because of the American people. They're capable of anything, and they step up when they're needed.
All right.
Right now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world because of our own safety as a state. And again, if you want to have a war, just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up.
Terrible, actually.
Yeah, not a terrible response, I would say, yeah.
Pretty good, especially compared to the rest of the performance. I think that was probably one of Biden's stronger
comebacks,
segments. Yeah.
The question was, will you accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins?
Just to finish what he said, if I might, Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. He's not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me. But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started ever with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you asked me a question before, would you do this with... He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine.
No, I'm not a full-time I'm not a full-time tech gaming streamer. I try to do it relatively frequently, but I work with mainly in sort of like in tech and business, fintech mainly.
Before, would you do this with? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia, because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, "I will never settle until such time." They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked if I were president.
Trump, the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless of who wins, yes or no, please?
I forgot where we started. Yeah.
I feel like he already low-key answered it, because he did say fair and free topic, and yes, a fair and free election. I think I do remember him saying that, but yeah, we've gotten so far off, dude. This is wild.
Yeah, like, I don't know.
Regardless of who wins, yes or no, please.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week. Or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace. And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level because the people understand it.
Well, let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America.
Supposedly, Pierre, that's what Trump is saying.
Said any courts all across the country.
Yeah,
not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea if you lose again, you accepting anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
We'll be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate live from Georgia.
I'm curious what he was saying.
I wonder if the post-debate is what's happening now, or if we're going to move on to... Oh, boy.
I think it's over. Or I think there's, like, closing statements. But, yeah.
Yeah, I'll read the closing statements.
It is now time for the candidates to deliver their closing statements as predetermined by a coin toss. We're going to begin with you, President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
We've made significant progress from the debacle that was left by President Trump in his last term. We find ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes and will not. And if I'm reelected, that'll be the case again. But this guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit. Number one, he's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America. What I did, when, for example, he wants to get rid of the ability of Medicare for us to be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies. Well, guess what? We got it down to $35 for insulin instead of $400. No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available to every senior all along, where it's happening now, and everybody in America. He wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have child care. We're going to significantly increase the credits people have for child care. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, you now have 2 minutes for your closing statement.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. All he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like. Even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space-age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get when you're terminally ill. Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what we did for the military was incredible. Choice for our soldiers, where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and readied up and take care of themselves, and they're living. And that's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
It's not failing.
Thank you, former President Trump, President Biden. Stay with us because we have full analysis of this debate. Anderson Cooper and Aaron Burnett starts now on CNN.
All right.
No way.
Boy. That was...
Okay, it has been 5 hours.
It has. Has it been 5? Yeah, something like 5. This is the longest stream I've ever done. It was a fucking political stream. I'm not happy about that, but it is what it is. But yeah. Holy hell, that's wild.
Yeah, well.
So what did you I guess should I go? I guess I'll go first.
Sure.
This debate was an absolute Pierre said finally the pain is over. I would like to say this debate was an absolute shit show. I mean, an unbelievable shit show. Holy hell. I did not think a debate could be this bad. Alas, here we are. This is, I don't know what to say. This is type of weird, it's weird. The debate, finally the pain is over. I cannot in my right mind endorse either of these two candidates after this debate. I support neither. I coming into this, I supported neither candidate. Coming out of this, I still support neither candidate. I suppose the whole point of the debate has been defeated because the point of the debate is to, you have your debate and then your numbers go up. You get more approval for your debate. People look at your debates, goes like, oh my God, he's a good candidate. But after this, it just seems like both the candidates are just ass. I don't want either of them. You know what I mean? In an ideal world, I want both of them to step down and better people to take the positions. But I don't think that's ever gonna happen. Lolliot, your thoughts? Closing thoughts?
Oh no.
If you don't have any, it's fine. I'm not gonna push you to.
No, I have. I just gotta I get I need to like beat myself over the head for 5 hours. Okay, I'm still recovering brain trauma. Also, I'm like walking through my house to get a phone charger. Yeah. So there was a lot there.
There was.
I don't like either of them that much. I think overall, I'd say I would prefer Biden as a candidate after this. I probably would have said the same thing before, so nothing really changed for me. They both showed pretty abhorrent. I don't know if it was equal. I think Trump probably did worse. I think some of his lies and rhetoric was like more malicious and concerning. And then I think the way he dodged stuff, especially with the January 6th stuff, was very odd and a little concerning. For Biden, concerning, like, coherent on some level, but like concerningly bad at speech and communication. I know they said he had a cold, and he's seeming fine in other appearances I've seen, but still not good. Like I'd rather my president not be struggling to make coherent points. I know apparently he has like an actual speech impediment stutter thing. That's something I've heard. I don't know how true that is. If that is true, then maybe I'm more okay with it. I would like some more assurance that he's not losing it. But also Trump might have Trump's prefrontal cortex might be actually like disintegrating right now. So I don't know. Because also
Pierre, I need your thoughts. Type it out, because I mean, you're gonna take a minute to type it out. So,
I hope he's
while you're speaking.
Yeah, though.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
He just sent it. I cannot, in my right conscience, support either candidate. Both lied, over-exaggerated, unminded, and subverted the questions. This debate is a true show of why the current political system in America is flawed. Neither candidate is fit to run the United States, nor should they be running. Overall, disappointed in our options for the future. Fully agreed. This is why we need a multi-party system and not just two fucking parties. This is why.
Yeah, I mean, I'd largely agree. I say there is probably like some key differences in like how they lied, over-exaggerated, undermined, and subverted the questions.
Crazy.
But yeah, I mean, like, for example, with the subverting questions thing, I don't know if there was ever a time where Biden subverted a question in a way where I was like, oh, that doesn't look like it was
Trump
annoying,
kept going back.
but it was never
he kept going back, and it's like, my guy.
Yeah, like when Trump, like with the January 6th stuff, when Trump wouldn't answer that, or when Trump was like, I'll be for a peaceful transfer of power if I determine it to be a legal, good election, right?
Yeah,
like that's really rough, right? Like that's
not what you want to see in. I mean, like, I understand why he says it, because he believes there was election fraud, but we know that there wasn't really any, there wasn't any significant election fraud that would have changed the results. I mean, listen, there's always going to be that one motherfucker that tries to fraud the election. Always. There's always going to be that one motherfucker that tries. But the question is, was it really effective? Would it have changed the results? I don't think so. I don't think the fraud was nearly even as big as he made it out to be. So yeah. But yeah, man, this is wild. This whole debate was wild. I can't even believe that this actually. Holy shit, man.
It's rough for sure.
Wild ride.
Yeah, I don't like it.
I get it now. I get why they said it was a shit show. And, even before I went into this, I was like, it's probably a shit show. Keep in mind, guys, that this is like actually my genuine reaction to this. I hadn't watched any of it before. I just seen some of like, not even the highlights. I had just seen people talking about it. I'd seen that NBC News reported that Trump's polling went up while Biden's polling went down after this, I think.
Which I think is crazy, but I mean, I do get it. Trump was like more coherent. But I mean, it's just
he has confidence.
Rough.
So
yeah,
they both lied.
I don't know.
The only difference was Trump lied confidently.
Yeah, I feel like some of Biden's like lies could be interpreted in a more good faith manner, whereas, I mean, and some of Trump's, but I feel like a lot of Trump's lies were also just like, oh, that's just not like there's no like
I might react to the post-debate analysis, but I don't I don't know if I will. I might. No promises. I might. But we'll have to see.
I'd be up for it. Not now. It is
not now. Absolutely not. No, absolutely not now. We might have to do that later. Emmanuel said, I don't think lies can be given in good faith. I agree. I don't think lies can be given in good faith, and I think
lies can't be given in good faith, but you can interpret something you perceive as
also the whole no facts, no notes thing, just like, bro, forget it, man. Like the point
that's bad.
The point of a candidate is to be as accurate as possible and to give the best. Like, I don't think that this is not about memorization. It's about how good are your solutions in the presidency. It's not about how good your memorization is. When you tell somebody no notes, what you're effectively testing is their memorization, nothing else. That's effectively what CNN tested here. And this debate was horrible, man. And you could see, I think if you could see in the debate, you could see Biden was writing stuff down. Like, as it came to his mind, he was writing it down because he didn't want to forget. But I mean, I would probably do something similar too. If I had to stand the debate for 1.5 hours and, I had these ideas coming in, I'd probably write stuff down too. not just, I'm not going to put that on Biden or maybe his, memory being bad. But I would say that, in general, I mean, I don't, I agree.
Yeah. Rough. Yeah. I don't like it, but I think, I guess it didn't really change my conclusions, but it made me
I still have
and more of an antinatalist and just a little more nihilistic. So
I still think that I don't like this at all. I'm
wondering. Wait, yeah, I guess they're both old enough that they could have been lobotomized, right?
What did you say? They're both old enough that what?
That they could have been lobotomized because February 1967 was when the last lobotomy was recorded. So they could have been around for that.
Oh. You think they were?
Maybe that explains it.
You think
there is some evidence that maybe Trump is having strokes and/or has early onset dementia. So that's fun.
What, Trump or Biden?
Trump. Trump started tweeting out about him having strokes, but saying that people were lying and saying he was having. Trump said, like, the media is lying and saying I'm having mini strokes, but I'm not having mini strokes, when no one was ever saying he was having mini strokes. So I don't know what. Like, I don't know if he's losing it. Or
Pierre said we all came in with. Pierre said we all came in with no support. Pierre said we all came in with no support for either and left the same. This is probably the case for the majority of moderate Americans. Yeah, I mean, I'm very much centrist.
I wouldn't say
moderate.
No support. I kind of support Biden a little, but yeah,
I would say centrist moderates. Like myself, I think that this was an absolute shit show. I came in with no support, and I'm leaving with no support for sure. If I supported one candidate going into this, I sure as hell don't now. I remember back in 2020, I supported Biden. I didn't vote for him because the state that I live in always votes Democrat, so there's no point. And it did. My state did end up, the electoral college of my state did end up going for Biden. So, I didn't really vote because I knew that it wouldn't have mattered anyway. But I did support Biden in 2020. That is no longer the case. I will say I no longer support Biden in 2024. I don't support Trump either. But yeah. Any finishing thoughts? Because I'm going to wrap up the stream now. I'm getting tired. I want to go to sleep.
I'm losing it. I need to not have an episode right now.
All right, guys. Thank you all for watching.
Yeah,
if you guys are watching the VOD, thank you for watching. Make sure to like and subscribe and also follow on YouTube and Twitch. Keep in mind, this was not a regular programming. Normally, I do tech and gaming content. I just wanted to react to this because this was a huge event that happened, a political event, future of my country. I wanted to talk about it a little bit. But anyway, thank you all for tuning in on YouTube. Make sure to like, subscribe, and comment. And on Twitch, make sure to follow me. Links are down below.
Are you going to bring up Paradigm?
Yeah, this was done in collaboration with Paradigm. I will also put their links in the description so you guys can check them out as well. Sorry, I almost forgot about Paradigm. This was done in collaboration with them. Yes, Pierre puts the thumbs up in the chat. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for watching. Have a nice night, and I will see you guys next time.